Hi everyone, welcome back to the K-Astrology channel, and if you're new here, welcome. My name is Kaylin, and today we're going to be going through the horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs for July 2026. July is a massive month because we are going to have the nodes changing signs. We're going to have the North Node entering Aquarius and the South Node entering Leo for the first time since 2009. Okay, so this is going to be a real mover and shaker transit for all of you, and I'll be going through how this is going to impact you sign by sign. So I do highly recommend that you watch your horoscope for your rising sign first and foremost, plus your sun and moon as well if you have time. Also, this is a tropical Western astrological reading, and I will be including timestamps after we go live today. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a rundown of what the North Node and the South Node represent in astrology. So please do watch this because I'm not going to repeat myself for all 12 signs. The North Node, also known as Rahu, has a very fast-paced, curious, ambitious energy to it. So the North Node is going to bring something new into your life. What that new thing is going to depend on the house that it is transiting. The North Node has a very impatient energy to it, but it can also see us experiencing rapid acceleration and kind of like leapfrogging over steps and regulations that we might otherwise need to follow or adhere to. So you can definitely expect there to be a lot of radical change with this transit. Now, it will last for 18 months from the 26th of July 2026 through to the 26th of March in 2028. Okay, so that's a little rundown of the energy of the North Node. Not to mention, the North Node is indicative of what we feel called to explore. Okay, so there's like a real sense of adventure to it. And also it has the energy of, let's say, Mars and Uranus. So we're combining that ambitious, impatient energy with something that is very like new and unpredictable and quite progressive. Now, when it comes to the energy of the South Node, also known as Ketu, this is all about what we are leaving behind, okay? Ketu, or the South Node, rules over the past. The past being what happened a month ago, what happened a year ago, what happened when you were a child, and even your past lives as well. So the transit of the South Node can actually bring things back from the past. Former hobbies, passions, romantic interests. Sometimes we return to a place that we used to live. Okay, so the South Node can also have this energy, almost like a Neptunian effect, where we can feel quite confused or things can be quite unclear. Okay, so to get a real good idea of how this is going to play out for you, like I said, please do watch your rising sun and moon sign. And just in terms of the differentiating factors there, the rising sign, also known as the ascendant, tends to be the most accurate overall. The sun sign horoscopes you can apply to your career, your big goals and dreams for the future. People who are more masculine in nature do tend to resonate more with their sun sign than their moon sign. But then with your moon sign horoscope, you can apply this to your relationships, your emotional inner world, plus your property and living situation as well. So if you're having the South Node or the North Node transit your moon sign, okay, Aquarius or Leo, you want to watch that because that is going to impact you in the way of relationships and your living situation. Okay, so before we get into the Aries horoscope, just a quick reminder that I am on Instagram and Facebook as well, and I post very regularly in terms of astrological updates and the astrology for the week, plus tarot too. And if you'd like to book a private one-on-one reading with me, you can do so via kastrology.com, and I'll leave a link in the description box as well. Okay, so now let's just get straight into Aries. Hi Aries, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July horoscope. So as we enter the month, we are still fresh off the bat with Jupiter just having entered Leo. Now throw in a square to Chiron into the mix and we do get this feeling of being pushed to extremes in the first sort of 2, 3, 4 days of the month, and this will relate to finances, resources, your money mindset, even things to do with your diet. Potentially there may be cause for a visit to the dentist. In any case, you'll be guided to basically pay attention to how you nourish yourself, plus your finances and wealth management, okay? From the 4th to the 5th of July, things get really exciting. We've got a Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini in your 3rd house. Of course, Mars is your ruling planet, which means you as an Aries really need to follow the activity of Mars. So Mars, basically within 24 hours or so, is also going to sextile Neptune in Aries and trine Pluto in Aquarius. What does this all mean? Basically, there are spontaneous opportunities that will arise that relate to socializing, networking, your projects that you're working on, team dynamics, and you may have an opportunity to utilize your social network. There may be opportunities that arise for you to pursue some kind of skill development. Maybe you want to enroll in a course, or you come across reading material, or just like a podcast, anything to do with social media, and it can have a really profound impact on you that motivates you to enact positive change in your life, which can help you out socially, plus in terms of your passive forms of income. Okay, so it's a very creative, inventive, innovative energy. And again, this is around the 4th or the 5th of July. Okay, give or take a day. So on the 7th, Neptune will station retrograde in Aries in your 1st house. This is only going to impact Aries individuals who are between 1 and 4 degrees. I could even fan that out to 0 and 5 degrees. So if that's you, then this can be a time where you are experiencing the desire to go inwards more, to be more reflective. So self-reflective, I mean to say, you may be trying to hone your intuitive abilities further or go deeper into things like meditation, spiritual research, and even yoga as well. Okay, plus there can be some confusion here that you experience in your life, where you may feel like there's just this veil of uncertainty. So this is from the 7th of July through till the 13th of December, again, 0 to 5 degrees Aries. So you may find it a bit more difficult to make decisions or move the needle forward if you're within that short band. Okay, so Aries, on the 9th, we're going to see Venus entering the sign of Virgo. So for the next 3 or so weeks, Venus will be transiting your 6th house. So this can indicate that you're really enjoying what you're doing at work. Maybe there's opportunities for you to socialize with people in the workplace, or there are maybe work functions going on. For some of you, it can be love or romance in the office, right? And, for some of you, you may just want to beautify your work environment. Okay, obviously that's not going to be important to all Aries, although maybe if you've got some Taurus or Libra in the chart, it can be. But when Venus goes through the 6th house, this is also a time where we are enjoying getting healthy, getting fit, working out. We are integrating, or at the very least practicing, routines and habits that are nourishing to oneself and can basically just make you feel good. Okay, so on the 14th, we are going to see a new moon in Cancer take place, and this is going to be in your 4th house, Aries. So new moon, new chapter, new moon, new me, right? So the new moon in your 4th house will be conjunct Mercury retrograde very closely. I've put it up on the screen so you guys can have a little look at how that's playing out. Essentially, when we have a new moon in the 4th house, it does indicate that there's a new chapter that relates to our family life, our home life, our flatmates who we're living with. There's an opportunity to even change or facilitate a relocation process. Because Mercury is retrograde here, this indicates to me that this is something that you've been calling in. It's something that you have been thinking about, pondering over, or considering. And perhaps this is something that came up in the month of June, as early as the beginning of June. Okay, so doesn't have to be, could be before that, but basically it's a new chapter relating to family, property, home situation. Maybe it's someone moving in with you, maybe it's someone moving out with you, moving out, or maybe you're looking at expanding your family further. Okay, so hang on, let me get that off the screen. So what is really exciting this month is that we've got a whole bunch of sextiles and trines involving the outer planets. If I pad it out, we've got the 15th to the 25th of June being a golden time of opportunities to collaborate, to have access to resources, to problem solve and what have you. But if we're going to get specific with dates and what's going on, you can have a look on the screen once more. So from the 19th, I said June, I meant July. I'm filming this on the 14th of June, I beg your pardon. So from the 19th to the 23rd of July, we are going to experience a very rare astrological pattern. This is called a trapeze. Some people might call it a cradle. It involves an opposition, 2 trines, and a sextile. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of them because I don't want to confuse people, but if you're more on the intermediate side or advanced side of astrology, then you can have a look at the screen and see for yourself. What I will say is that the Pluto is opposite Jupiter at 4 degrees. We also have Neptune at 4 degrees and Uranus at 4 degrees. Not to mention Saturn sextile Mars. So between the 19th and the 23rd of July, there can be incredible opportunities for you that relate to socializing, leadership, collaborating with other people, working in teams, your big goals and dreams for your future, plus things to do with education, training, skill development, signing important contracts or having them prepared, right? So entering into agreements with other people, or perhaps working on your own business. Okay, so this is a super exciting configuration if you're wanting to cold call, launch something, secura.com. then this may be a time where you are considering doing so. I will point out that Mercury is still retrograde at the time. Okay, so, if you are going to pursue something new, you want to really go over the fine print, or maybe you want to wait till after the retrograde is over to sign along the dotted line. But in terms of initiating things, this is a stellar time to do so. So, on the 22nd or 23rd of July, depending where you live in the world, the sun will enter the sign of Leo. So this means that Sun is trining you from the 5th house, which is fantastic. So this can make you, or lead to you, I should say, feeling more confident, more emboldened to take opportunities. It can even improve your health and vitality too, with the sun trining you. Then on the 23rd or 24th, we will see Mercury stationing direct in the sign of Cancer in your 4th house at 16 degrees. Okay, so this can see you finally burying the hatchet with someone that you live with or a family member. Maybe you are arriving at a decision regarding what you want to do with your property and your living situation, and this can see you basically getting onto the same page when it relates to your property and living situation, family dynamics, parenting style, and even what you want to do with respect to decisions on behalf of your family, or even starting a family. Plus, if you were renovating property that you own, or maybe you're living in a place and the landlords are wanting works to be done, then you can have clearer time frames on renovations finally concluding from, I want to say the end of the month, like the last week of the month, okay, and onwards. On the 26th or 27th, we will see Saturn stationing retrograde in Aries. So this will be for the next 4.5 months. The Aries individuals most impacted will be those from 14 degrees back to 7 degrees. So we're retrograding 14 degrees back through 7 degrees. So this can see you working really hard on projects, fulfilling your personal responsibilities, maybe working out. This is actually a time where you can really have a lot of success in losing weight if you're that way inclined, and you can be really disciplined with whatever you're wanting to do in your life, whether that's working out, going for runs, getting up earlier in the morning. This can see you integrating that disciplined approach. So arriving at the nodal shift on the 26th of July, the North Node is going to enter Aquarius in your 11th house, and the South Node is going to enter Leo in your 5th house. We haven't seen this since the end of December 2007 through till August 2009. Okay, this only happens every 18 years or so. So the North Node, and I just want to reiterate, please go back and watch my intro where I discuss the energy of the North Node and Rahu and South Node and Ketu, because I'm not going to do a rehash for every single sign. All right, so North Node transiting your 11th house can see you becoming really ambitious. Okay, so this is to do with your long-term goals and projects that you're working on. This can see you in an 18-month period. Okay, so from end of July to March 2028, this can see you cultivating a new passive form of income, maybe bringing investors on board, maybe creating, inventing, or innovating something new. This can be in the science world, AI, technology, inventions, apps. It doesn't have to be digital, it doesn't have to be technology. It can be other things as well, but it is likely to have some sort of technical underlayer, okay? So technology-based undercurrent. Now, this can see you joining a new community or forming a new community. This can see you basically having a whole new friendship group, and also the expansion of your wider network. And this can also be a time where you secure scholarships, grants, support from other people, a pension, concession, maybe a PhD. And so we can really see rapid change in those aforementioned areas of your life. And the North Node energy is like something brand new, something we haven't done before. Sometimes it can be towing that line of progressiveness. It can ruffle feathers what you're getting involved in, or the groups that you're forming or joining, right? So the South Node transiting your 5th house in Leo can see you either releasing something or returning to something. Okay, so for some of you, you may be closing down your business, selling it, pushing the pause button. Maybe it's for a few months, maybe it's for a year and a half, or what have you. Okay, it doesn't mean you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. For others of you, you may just choose to release an area of your business or a dynamic or an arm of your business. For other people, this can see you pushing the resume button, okay, reviving and breathing new life into an old business idea or a former business. This can see you releasing things that you indulge in, okay, think gambling, porn, shopping. The 5th house, addictions, so to speak, are more things that we do that's like involves an element of entertainment. Okay, so I'll just park that there with you, right? So on the romantic front, this can see some of you walking away from a romantic relationship, or potentially you may reunite with someone. Maybe it's the one that got away. It doesn't mean this is going to be the case for all Aries individuals. I'm just throwing it out there that it's a possibility. Okay, and sometimes it's that our significant other has like a totally different schedule to us. I remember when I was experiencing the South Node going through my 7th house, and I was married at the time, and we just had completely opposite schedules. So that's just an example, okay? For some of you, it can be that you're reuniting with a child, you haven't seen them, you've been in a no contact situation. And for others of you, you may be returning to former hobbies, former passions, things that you used to love doing. So finally, for the month Aries, we have the full moon in Aquarius on the 29th of July. It coincides with the Sun-Jupiter annual conjunction. So it's interesting because conjunctions are about a new chapter that's starting, whereas full moons are about release. Okay, so because this is straddling that 11th, 5th house axes, we're seeing those same topics come up once more that we just discussed. Some of you may be really realizing a goal, completing an important project. Perhaps you are releasing something online to your wider network or for sale, and maybe this is aligning with the beginning of a new business idea or creative project or a passion project. Perhaps you are getting involved with a community event or forming your own community, and there's some kind of announcement here. And maybe some of you are receiving feedback or like a response from your audience, your fan base, or your following with respect to a new creative project, venture. It doesn't have to relate to your own business. You could just have like an online audience in some respect. For others of you, you may be receiving public recognition, positive recognition. Maybe you're completing a PhD, or perhaps you are receiving like a grant from the government or a scholarship or something of that nature. Okay, so the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, like I said, will be 6 degrees in your 5th house. So if you are wanting to start something on this day, if you're wanting to ask someone out, if you want to host an event, if you want to begin a creative project or start a business, this could be a really powerful time for you to do so. Okay, Aries, that's all I have for you for your July horoscope. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on the channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook, which is just Castrology if you want to see more content there. Thanks so much, Aries, and now let's move on to Taurus. Hi, fellow Taurus Sun, Moon, and Risings. I'm a Taurus Sun myself, so this is as much your horoscope as it is mine. As we begin the month, we are still coming off the back of Jupiter having just entered the sign of Leo. And in those first 3 days of the month, we're going to see Jupiter in Leo squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 1st house at 0 degrees. Okay, so this can push you to extremes, and because Chiron is in the 1st house, this is all about yourself, your body, your path in life. Okay, so a family situation or even your living situation may prompt or trigger you to grow and expand in terms of how you express yourself, what path you want to pursue in life, and maybe there's actually an opportunity for you to help heal a situation that involves a family member, but by all means there may be instances where you feel like either your family situation or your current living situation is testing your boundaries somehow. So then we move into easier territory around the 4th and 5th of May. Not May, sorry. I don't know why I said May. So the 4th and the 5th of July is when we're going to see Mars conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 2nd house at 3 degrees. Normally, I would say this is a very unpredictable and maybe even less than pleasant conjunction, but we're actually going to see the Mars-Uranus conjunction sextiling Neptune in Aries, and trining Pluto in Aquarius. Okay, so there's an interplay here between your second house, which is about your money, resources, and finances, your 10th house, which is about your career and your public reputation and your public status and the legacy that you want to leave behind, and your 12th house, which is to do with spirituality, generosity, intuition. And in this instance, I see it as overcoming self-sabotaging behavior, overcoming insecurities, or in some instances, possibly even addictions as well. In saying all of this, you may find that around this time, around the 4th or the 5th of July, maybe even 6th of July, there can be a large expense that you're looking at making, or a large investment. Now, it doesn't mean that it's payday on one of those days necessarily, but it could be that you come across what it is that you want to invest in, and you're like, okay, I'm going to need to get the funds together for this, right? So there can be radical decisions or action being taken that involves your belongings or your possessions, or even your property or the residence where you're currently living. Plus, this is a time where you can really reprogram your money mindset and even your self-esteem through the means of meditation, hypnosis, or some sort of other spiritual or esoteric practice. Lastly, you may be looking at investing in your career, investing in your public reputation, your legacy, and looking to improve it. There may even be some instance where you have a moment of, I want to say, like getting a lot of public attention, recognition, maybe even like a viral moment with your work, or just a lot of people becoming aware of some sort of work that you've done, for want of a better term, right? So on the 7th of July through till the 13th of December, so 4.5 months, we are going to have Neptune stationing retrograde in Aries in your 12th house. It's not a big deal because it is not making a major aspect to you, but in any case, this can see you going deeper into your spiritual studies and practices, and maybe integrating more of your meditation, breathwork, or yoga practice, or even revisiting spiritual and esoteric texts and studies, and even astrology studies as well. Okay, so on the 9th of July, we're going to see Venus, which is your chart ruler, entering the sign of Virgo. So it's going to be transiting your 5th house. So because it's your chart ruler, whenever Venus changes signs, whenever Venus makes aspects, this basically indicates that this is what you're doing, where you're going, where you're putting your energy and your attention. So Venus going through your 5th house indicates that from the 9th of July through till early August, there's a big focus for you on love, romance, and dating. If that's not you and you're like, hey, I'm happy being single, or I'm not looking to mingle or whatever, then this can be a time where you're enjoying time with your children, or maybe it's nieces, maybe it's nephews, maybe it's your friends' kids. For others of you, this can be a really creative time. Okay, maybe it's nothing to do with romance, maybe it's nothing to do with children, but you're just like, I just want to get out the paintbrushes. I want to start sketching or dancing or creating music, singing, poetry, and so on and so forth. And also this can be a time where you're going on a vacation, maybe indulging in something that is to do with treating yourself or entertainment, or some kind of like luxury experience. Now, Taurus, on the 14th, we are going to see a new moon in Cancer take place at 21 degrees in your 3rd house, and it will be conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. I've got the chart up on the screen for you to have a look at. Basically, new moons are about a new beginning or a new chapter taking place, but when we've got Mercury retrograde involved, it is indicative of us already being aware of this new beginning, or we've been calling it in, we've been trying to quote unquote manifest it or bring it into fruition. So this can see you reuniting with friends and siblings, but also embarking on a new chapter with them. Maybe you are deciding to turn over a new leaf with respect to your relationship, or maybe you're wanting to learn something new with them. This can see you enrolling in an education course, or looking at creating your own course content This can see you getting involved with your local neighborhood or community. And because the third house relates to contracts, maybe you'll be signing contracts for something or renewing contracts. But I imagine that there is new terms and conditions because, again, it's a new moon, right? So lastly, this can see you looking to upskill, okay, work on skill development. Maybe you're looking at getting a qualification like a license, an apprenticeship, a diploma, or perhaps you're looking at releasing or offering new services when it comes to your own line of work. Okay, so between the 19th and the 23rd of July, this is a pretty profound time astrologically speaking. So I've just put up a different chart on the screen here. So what's happening between the 19th and the 23rd of July is that we're going to see a very, very rare astrological aspect pattern playing out. It's sometimes called the cradle, other times it is called the trapeze, and it's categorized, beg your pardon, by an opposition, okay, which we can see here between Jupiter and Pluto, plus there are 2 trines and 2 sextiles. So long story short, this represents a point of tension, like an issue or a problem that needs to be solved. It doesn't even need to be a quote unquote problem. It could just be like an opportunity that comes up or a situation where you feel pressured to act or respond. And then we have this wealth of opportunity here in the way of resources, encouragement, support, the desire to take action. And we see this because we've got all the out of planets, right? So we've got Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune all at 4 degrees. And by the way, they're going to be holding 4 degrees for 3 weeks. So that's actually from the 8th of July to the 1st of September. But what we're adding here to the mix is Jupiter also at 4 degrees. So we can see there being opportunities for you as a Taurus that involve your career, your legacy, your public profile and reputation. Okay, so that's because we've got Pluto in the 10th house. And this can impact your property situation, your living situation, and your family with Jupiter in the 4th house. And your family dynamics in general, okay, with that 4th house activity. So where we get that generosity and support coming through is Neptune in Aries in the 12th house. And we've got Uranus involved here in the 2nd house. So this is like finances and resources, valuables and possessions. And this coincides with Mars sextiling Saturn. Okay, so some beautiful, beautiful energy here, but I do want to stress that the energy of sextiles are like a voucher. Okay, someone gives you a voucher, you have to redeem it. You've got to go to the store and redeem it or it's going to expire. Okay, so this energy is most potent from the 19th to the 23rd of July. So speaking of around that time, on the 22nd or 23rd, depending where you live in the world, we will see the sun entering Leo. Okay, so the sun will be transiting your 4th house, and arguably that is going to add more strength to this trapeze aspect. Then we've got Mercury stationing direct in Cancer in your 3rd house on the 23rd or the 24th. Actually, let me backtrack for a second. With that 19th to the 23rd window that I provided, the Taurians who will be the most impacted will be those with their placement at 4 degrees. Okay, I'll even fan that out to say 2 degrees up to 6 degrees. So this is for Taurus risings, suns, and moons. And a lot of Taurus suns also have Taurus placements as well. So anything that you have around 4 degrees, to be honest, in your chart is being activated here. Okay. Where was I? So on the 23rd or 24th, depending where you live in the world, Mercury is going to station direct in Cancer in your 3rd house at 16 degrees. So this can see you settling some sort of disagreement with a family member or with a friend or maybe even a co-worker. This can see you finally getting onto the same page as another person, plus things to do with contracts and proposals can finally move forward. Maybe for some of you, this is a return to a more regular flow of your working life as it relates to communications, being in the office and what have you. Okay, so on the 26th or the 27th of July, depending where you live in the world, so if you're in Australia, that's the 27th, we're going to see Saturn stationing retrograde in Aries in your 12th house. So this is from 14 degrees back to 7 degrees, and this will be direct once more on the 10th of December. Not a massive one for you because it doesn't make any big aspects, right? But in saying that, this can see you overcoming insecurities, enforcing your boundaries, and maybe overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors, okay? And as well as addictions too. So on the 26th, we're going to see the nodes changing signs. So please listen to this one, Taurus. It's important for you. The reason being that the North Node is going to transit your 10th house, Aquarius, for the first time since 2009. When the North Node transits the very top of the chart, okay, think of it as like the north point of your chart. This is a time where there can be so much newness in your life in terms of your status. Now, when I say status, it's not just career. I'm talking relationship status, property status, government status, employment status, right? So even parental status as well. And the North Node is going to bring something new into your life. If you didn't watch my intro where I did a full explanation of what the North Node represents and what the South Node represents, then please go back to it, and I will include timestamps for you after this goes live. So this can see you over the next 18 months experiencing newness in one or more of those areas. So this transit is from the 26th of July to the 26th of March in 2028. It is an 18-month transit. This is brand new cycle that's beginning. It's important. Okay, so this can see you experiencing acceleration in terms of your public reputation, your career, wanting to take risks, being more in the public eye, being more publicly visible, more ambitious in your career, and this can see you leapfrogging over other people who are maybe ahead of you if you're in like a hierarchical employment structure, okay, where it's like, hey, I've only been here 6 months and there's other people who've been here 5 years, but I'm getting promoted, right? So it can indicate that you have opportunities to like soar to the top with very little effort, like a going viral moment for some of you. But it does have to be said that when the North Node crosses our midheaven, this is when we can experience scandals and public falls from grace. Okay, so have a look at celebrities who have Aquarius midheaven specifically, all right? But how it's going to play out is going to be different for everyone. But for sure, this can be a new relationship, becoming a parent, becoming a grandparent, changing career. Okay, so moving along, the South Node will transit Leo in your 4th house. The South Node or Ketu is all about release or return. Why? It's because it rules over the past. The South Node rules over what happened a week ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, and in your previous lifetime. Okay, so the South Node transiting your 4th house can see you letting go or releasing your living situation. Okay, so you may be selling a property, you may be moving on from your existing property, or you may be returning, like bringing back from the past, returning to a place where you used to live. That can be, oh, and it's 3:33 right now on the clock, just as I said that. So that can be, like your hometown, or that can even be like the country where your parents are from or your ancestors are from, let's say. This can see you becoming distant from various family members. Okay, so you may be putting some space, physical or emotional, between you and a family member, especially if that's, immediate family. But for others of you, if you've been in a no contact situation for quite some time, this can see you reconnecting with them. Okay, so many of you will want to do research into your ancestry, into your heritage, into your lineage. Okay, so I'm going to move on now, and we're going to look at the full moon. Okay, so this full moon is, again, activating that axis, because the full moon is in Aquarius at 6 degrees in your 10th house. It's conjunct Pluto retrograde. And at the same time, we are experiencing the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo in your 4th house. Okay, so the Taurians who will be the most impacted will be those around 6 degrees. But, you know, even I want to say like 1 degree up through to 11 degrees. So giving it a 5-degree buffer, right? So with full moons, it's about releasing a situation. It's letting go. It's like something reaching a climax or a peak. But by contrast, the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in the 4th house is like, well, we're starting something new, right? So this can be that you are celebrating something in your career. You're achieving a milestone. Maybe it's the end of a career chapter for you. Maybe your boss is leaving for some of you. Or you're like launching something out into the world. For others of you, it can be that you are experiencing a status change as it relates to property, real estate, becoming a parent. Although I dare say with it being 6 degrees, to me, this does seem to relate to work, seems to relate to loans, debts, and even like resolving a conflict. Now, the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 4th house could indicate that you may be wanting to buy property, renovate, expand, do something with the land, with farming, with like a development. Maybe you're working on this with other people. Maybe this is you looking at relocating interstate, abroad, getting a loan. Okay, if you're looking to apply for a loan, then you can absolutely be successful around this time. But it does need to be said that if you're wanting to start a family, you know, the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 4th house and squaring you is a very potent and powerful time to do that. All right, Taurus. So let me know how this plays out for you. I'm very curious, and I'm also curious to see how it plays out for me as well. I hope you enjoyed this horoscope. If you did, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and give the video a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content from me, I'm on Instagram and Facebook, and I post what's happening astrologically speaking very regularly, like every other day, so you can stay in the know. Okay, enjoy your month ahead, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye for now. Hi fellow Gemini Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your July horoscope. Yes, I'm a Gemini rising myself, so this is my favorite horoscope to do, always. Always has been, always will be. So let's get into it. As the month begins, we are in the throes of the Mercury retrograde in Cancer in our 2nd house. I already spoke about this at length at the end of my June horoscope, so you may want to go and check that out, especially as now that I'm recording this, it's the 14th of June, so we haven't even gotten into it yet. In any case, there is a big focus for you on your finances and resources, basically for most of the month, because you do have Mercury in Cancer for the whole month of July, but certainly for those first 3.5 weeks. Now, when it comes to the first few days, like the first 3 days of the month, we do have Jupiter in Leo in your 3rd house, squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 12th house at 0 degrees. Okay, so this can see you basically being triggered because Chiron is like our unhealed wound, and then the square to Jupiter can kind of blow things up out of proportion. So this may come through the vehicle of a disagreement, a text, a correspondence, a difficult conversation, in saying that there is definitely scope to sit with the discomfort, move through it, and heal your, let's say, relationship with a person, or even just within yourself by enforcing your boundaries. And this could be with friends, it could be with siblings or extended relatives, or co-workers actually, and possibly even clients. So then we move into more easeful energy. When I say easeful, I want to say exciting because we've got the Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, okay, in your first house. So ordinarily I'd be like, yikes, watch out for accidents. And although that statement still holds, just know that the Mars-Uranus conjunction is sextiling Neptune in Aries in your 11th house and trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th house. So this conjunction is very, very supported here with the Neptunian and Plutonian influence. So how this can play out is that you may feel inspired to take sudden action or rapid action. Now, it could be that an opportunity comes knocking on your door and you have to move quickly, and you will have the resources to do that. You'll have the help to do that. And if you're concerned about not having the experience or the resources yourself personally, then you can ask others for their support with this matter. Okay, because the sextile to Neptune in Aries just goes to show that there are people in your wider network and friends or even older siblings who are here to support. Now, this new chapter or this opportunity could relate to your community, your wider network, passive forms of income. On the other hand, it could be travel, education, import, export, or something to do with the law, okay, and legal processes. Now, on the 7th, we're going to see Neptune station retrograde in Aries in your 11th house, I beg your pardon, from 4 degrees back to 1 degree. So Neptune's going to be retrograde for the next 4.5 months till the 13th of December. It's not making a major aspect to you unless you are between about 0 and 5 degrees Gemini, in which case you'll be receiving the sextile. In any case, so this can see you maybe experiencing a bit of distance from friendship groups, your wider network, but if you are between 0 and 5 degrees, then it could be healing a relationship with a friend. Okay, so on the 9th, we're going to see Venus entering the sign of Virgo. So Venus will be transiting your 4th house, which can see you enjoying spending more time at home, having visitors over to the home. Maybe you're looking at beautifying the home or cooking at home, cooking for family, or attending events at other people's homes. And this can see you having enjoyable relationships with family members. But I dare say when Venus is squaring you, okay, so that's going to come down to the degree, then that can put a bit of pressure on the relationship. Now, on the 14th, we are going to see the new moon in Cancer take place. So the new moon in Cancer is in your 2nd house. Now, why this one is significant for you is because it is conjunct Mercury retrograde. So, of course, Mercury is your chart ruler, and the conjunction to Mercury is very, very close. This can see you starting a new chapter when it comes to finances and income. Okay, so maybe this is generating a new stream of income. Maybe this is making an important investment, procuring an asset, a resource, or a valuable. The influence of Mercury being retrograde here just goes to show that you're already aware of this thing. You've already wanted to pursue it, call it in, or research it. Okay, so for others of you, this can be to do with dentistry, your wardrobe, things that you have in storage. And also the 2nd house is related to things like farming, agriculture, and the environment. So there may be a new chapter that you're starting here where you want to grow your own food, or you want to change your diet. Maybe you're looking at returning to a former diet with that Mercury retrograde influence. Okay, so long story short, it's a new chapter that relates to money, finances, and resources. So next, we've got a very rare astrological aspect pattern occurring, which I'm going to put up on the screen. So from the 19th to the 23rd of July, we will have all the outer planets, okay, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, but then also Jupiter at 4 degrees. And all of this together is creating what we call a trapeze pattern. okay? Or sometimes it's called a cradle. So this is extremely rare, but it is a pattern that can produce amazing results, right? So there's opportunities for collaborations, resources, moving forwards in a positive direction in your life. Now, the houses that are being activated would be Uranus in your first house, not to mention Mars is sextiling Saturn here as well. So Mars and Uranus in your first house, but we've also got influences in your 3rd, 11th, and 9th houses, which is quite profound. So this indicates that there's a lot here to do with education, with networking, with socializing, with friendship groups, with local communities and wider communities. And then there's also this influence of a foreign element with the 9th house. So maybe this is to do with travel, or it could be to do with higher education, import, export, publishing, working with people, on the other side of the world. And also, this can see you experiencing a really powerful transformation of your core belief systems. And then this can help you to be more proactive, to overcome procrastination and really move the needle forward when it comes to projects. Okay, so projects is also a big one here with the 3rd house and the 11th house being activated. So don't miss that opportunity between the 19th and the 23rd to socialize, network, research, engage in collaborations and meaningful conversations. Now, on the 22nd or 23rd, depending where you live in the world, Leo season will begin with the sun entering Leo. So arguably that trapeze aspect will pack more of a punch once the sun is also in Leo. And then on the 23rd/24th, Mercury, your chart ruler, will finally be direct in Cancer in your 2nd house at 16 degrees. So this can see you reaching a conclusion or results, like obtaining results that relate to your financial situation, resources, property, food. Maybe you've integrated a new diet by now. Maybe money's returned to you from this point onwards. And there can also be like a settling of accounts and affairs that relate to your property and your living situation, just because Cancer, so Mercury in Cancer. Cancer is a sign of property and real estate, and B, Mercury rules over your 4th house, which also represents property and real estate. On the 26th or 27th of July, depending where you live in the world, Saturn will station retrograde in Aries in your 11th house. So Saturn will retrograde from 14 degrees back to 7 degrees and will be direct once more on the 10th of December. So this can see you working really, really hard on your long-term goals, your long-term projects, but it can also see you taking a step back from socializing, taking a step back from your wider network, or perhaps you're working on some sort of community scale project that involves a lot of moving pieces and other individuals as well. Okay, but it can be a time where you're maybe working on a project that's going to take you 4.5 months to, put in the grunt work and lay that foundation. On the 26th, we're going to see the nodes changing signs. So if you didn't catch my little preamble in the intro, then I encourage you to go back and watch that, because I'm not going to go into the same level of detail again. In any case, we can break it down to the North Node will bring something new into your life in terms of the house it's transiting, and the South Node will release something from your life, or in some instances return you to it, or you're returning to something, because the South Node rules over the past. And so let's just dive straight in. This is a new 18-month transit. It starts on the 26th of July this year. It will conclude on the 26th of March in 2028. The North Node transiting your 9th house can bring through new travel opportunities. It can bring through getting your work published, import and export trade and opportunities, foreign affairs, learning a new language, bringing people into your life from a foreign country. This can see you learning something new. So there can be opportunities that relate to higher education, that relate to teaching, coaching, mentorship, and maybe legal matters as well. Okay, whether that is like court cases or you getting involved with the law. All right, like educating yourself in that department. And for others of you, this can be to do with applying for visas or citizenship in other countries. Alrighty, so with the South Node transiting your third house, this can see you experiencing distance from friends. It can be childhood friends. It can even be distance, either physical or emotional. If not with them, then maybe with siblings, maybe with extended relatives. And in some instances, it can be a reconnecting with them. All right. So if you have been in a no contact situation with a friend, with a sibling, with extended relatives, then the South Node transiting your third house can see you actually getting back in touch with them. Okay. Now, this can see you letting go of communications projects, education courses, writing pieces. It's like you can start to feel confused or disenchanted with certain projects or things that you were working on. Okay, because the South Node or Ketu has that Neptunian kind of confusing element to it. But again, if there are things that have been left by the wayside, right? If you'd started writing a book, if you had a former communications piece you were working on, then the South Node can bring you back to that. All right. So a very positive way that this can play out is releasing a negative mindset. Okay. So if you had like intrusive, obsessive, looping thoughts, then the South Node transiting your third house can see you just gradually removing that from your life or overcoming it, let's say. So lastly, Gemini, on the 29th, we're going to see the full moon in Aquarius at 6 degrees in your 9th house. It's conjunct Pluto retrograde, 4 degrees. And interestingly, it is coinciding with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, our annual conjunction. This one's in Leo at 6 degrees in your 3rd house. So the Sun-Jupiter conjunction represents something new that's starting, but then the full moon is like we're releasing something old, right? So this can see you potentially, and I'm going to rehash some of those aforementioned themes because again, we've got that 9th house, 3rd house activation. So for you guys, it could be that you are completing an education course, that you are letting go of a belief system that no longer works for you, like deprogramming something that's been running in the background maybe since childhood. This can see you potentially seeing the conclusion of a legal matter or an important development can take place. And for others of you, this may be that you are purchasing travel tickets, all right, to go abroad, maybe interstate. Potentially, this could involve signing contracts, and maybe this is for property and real estate. Okay, so for others of you, it could be that you are having something imported or you're exporting something, or maybe you are looking to start a business and it's like you've just put the call out. With the full moon, it's like you're circulating that information, but then the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in the 3rd house is like a new business idea, proposal, venture, team that you want to work with, like a marketing campaign, maybe new colleagues, new co-workers, maybe developing a new website. And so certainly the end of the month can see there being let's say any written or verbal communication that you release reaching quite a wide audience. So Gemini, that's all I have for you for your July horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed already, maybe you want to consider doing so that you get regular updates from me. And if you are wanting even more regular updates, you can follow me on Instagram and Facebook, where I post basically daily astrology updates so you can see what to expect on any given day. Thanks, Gemini. Take care and see you next time. Hi Cancer Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July 2026 horoscope. So as the month begins, it's still Cancer season. So happy birthday to July born Cancers. Not to mention we have Mercury retrograde for the first 3.5 weeks of the month. So I do encourage you to watch your June horoscope where I talk about the Mercury retrograde. But in a nutshell, this can see you rethinking your relationships with friends, co-workers. It can be a really busy time for you. There can be a lot of paperwork that you have to sift through, or perhaps you're going through like a contract renewal process, or maybe it's just like a very paperwork dense process that you are experiencing while the Mercury retrograde is occurring. So as we start the month, pretty much for the first 3 days, we've got Jupiter in Leo in your second house, squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 11th house. Not gonna lie, this is uncomfortable because Jupiter is going to expand whatever it touches, and Chiron is that pain point or that pressure point. So this can see you potentially contending with a difficult situation that involves your friends, your wider network, maybe older siblings, or perhaps it's to do with your path in life in terms of like your big goals and projects that you want to pursue, and maybe there's a bit of confusion here. Or it could be that you know what you want to do and what you want to pursue, but it's going to require a big investment from you. All right, so in those first few days of the month with Jupiter in your second house in Leo, there could be some big financial expenses, but it could be that it's to invest in your goals and dreams, right? Now, on the 4th or the 5th of July, depending where you live in the world, Mars is going to conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 12th house at 3 degrees. Fortunately, it's sextiling Neptune in Aries in your 10th house and trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 8th house. In saying that, the 8th house and the 12th houses are our hidden houses in astrology. So again, I'm inclined to say that there are some big financial expenses that are going to come up in that first week of the month. On a fortunate note, with this conjunction occurring in the 12th house, I really think Cancers are going to overcome some kind of insecurity, some sort of self-sabotaging behavior. And this can also see you finally like being free of a commitment, being free of someone else's energy. It's like it's easy for you to enforce boundaries with another person. Plus, I want to say that there's scope here for you to come across some very, very helpful information. Okay, so maybe it's hidden information or resources or like stuff buried in a spiritual text or what have you. And you can have some really profound experiences through meditation, and even feel like you're receiving signs in your dreams or like a premonition of sorts. On the 7th, Neptune is going to station retrograde in Aries in your 10th house. So this is from 4 degrees back to 1 degree. This will be until basically mid-December, so the next 4.5 months. The Cancerians who would be affected the most would be those between 0 and 4 degrees. Okay, so, or if you have your midheaven between about 0 and let's say 5 degrees as well. Okay, so this can see you maybe looking at sacrificing something when it comes to your career, taking a bit of time off, taking a step back, focusing on yourself, or perhaps whatever your career involves or entails has some kind of creative element to it. Maybe that's film, photography, music, acting, or something to do with medicine, healing, and so on and so forth. Okay, it doesn't mean you have to let go of something related to career. It could just be that there are periods where maybe you want to have time off, maybe you're going overseas, or you just, anyway, I'm going to park that there. So on the 9th, we're going to see Venus entering the sign of Virgo. So Venus will transit your 3rd house for the whole rest of the month, and this can see you enjoying time with your friends, your siblings, maybe even extended relatives. This can see you enrolling in education courses or programs and really getting a lot of fulfillment and enjoyment out of that. Maybe even finding love with a friend or a co-worker or perhaps even a client. That's another potential. And then Cancer, we're going to have a new moon in Cancer in your sign on the 14th of July. So this is at 21 degrees and it is conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So it will affect you if you're a Cancer, but the Cancerians who will be the most impacted will be those at 21 degrees. And you know, we can even say 16 up to 26 degrees. Okay, so the new moon in your sign, if you're a Cancer rising, this can be a new path in life, a new chapter that you want to pursue. Maybe this is to do with signing important contracts. Maybe this relates to your property and your living situation, or even travel because it's 21 degrees. This can see you having like a new lease on life, wanting to get healthy, wanting to like nourish yourself and nurture yourself. And I think I said it already, but maybe study something new. If you're a Cancer sun, then this can be a new chapter in terms of your career and your big goals and dreams for your future. So maybe this is to do with employment or work projects, business matters, starting a business. Then if you're a Cancer moon, well, this can be a new chapter that relates to family, whether that's starting a family, your relationship with family members, romantic relationships, your relationship with your significant other. If you're a Cancer moon, this can also be like a new chapter relating to your property and your living situation. Okay, and the Mercury retrograde element here means that you're aware of this thing. All right, this new moon, this new chapter, is not something that like comes completely out of the blue and you're like, whoa, you know, what is this? No, the retrograde is like, yeah, I had my eye on that prize. I wanted to manifest this. I want my life to go in this direction. Or maybe it's like a second bite of the apple when it comes to career and property. Now, between the 19th and the 23rd of July, we're going to see a very rare astrological aspect unfold. This is called a trapeze, or otherwise a cradle, and it involves one opposition. So here we've got Pluto opposite Jupiter. It involves 2 trines and 2 sextiles. The chart is up on the screen if you want to take a look. I'm not going to go into too much technical detail because I think it overwhelms some people, but essentially all the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, plus Jupiter are all at 4 degrees. Okay, so this is very, very rare. And for you guys, this is going to activate your money houses, your 2nd house and your 8th house. And it is also involving your career and public reputation house, and then the 12th house as well. So long story short, this can see there being opportunities for you to make money, improve your income, have access to other people's resources, generate more income yourself, maybe invest in your career. This could be career opportunities. This may be receiving support or generosity from other people. Okay, so the point of tension is in the 2nd house and the 8th house for you. So I do think that there's a really big financial decision for you to make, but somehow this is going to impact your status, your public reputation, your career, if you're still working. And it does look to me like there's opportunities to solve problems if they arise that can be quite, they can be like very unique ways of solving these issues. And I want to say, do not hesitate to ask other people for help and support, because you will find that they are very, very willing around this time. So the sun will enter Leo around the 22nd, 23rd of July, depending where you live in the world. And this will strengthen that cradle trapeze aspect. So it's even more potent on the 23rd of July. In any case, Mercury will station direct in Cancer in your 1st house at 16 degrees. So this can see you arriving at clarity, deciding something, finalizing contracts, making an important decision, knowing where you stand with another person and being able to move the needle forward in your communications with other people. On the 26th or 27th, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to station retrograde in Aries in your 10th house. So this is from 14 degrees back to 7 degrees. So this is for the next 4.5 months through till the 10th of December. So like I said, some of you with the Neptune retrograde may be taking a step back with your career. For others of you, especially if you are a Cancer between 17 and 14 degrees, or your midheaven is between 17 and 14 degrees Aries, then to me this indicates a period of working really hard, laying the foundations, putting in long hours, maybe burning the candle at both ends. You can have like multiple responsibilities that you are trying to uphold, or projects that you are trying to work on and advance. I do want to say that Saturn retrogrades can see us having to take a step back. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but this is the 1 step back. Okay, so there may be delays or a stringent vetting process, or even an interview process if this is, playing out on an employment level. If you are waiting for government approval for something, then this could take, this retrograde period to come through. For others of you, this is when you'll be doing the hard yards with your work, okay? If there's some sort of career goal or objective that you want to attain, then this is like where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. Now, on the 26th, this is when we're going to see the nodal shift take place. If you didn't catch my explanation of the North Node and the South Node in the intro, please do go back and watch that, because I'm not going to repeat it all again for every sign. Otherwise, this horoscope will take way longer than it needs to. So the North Node is, in its essence, going to introduce something new into the house that it is transiting, while the South Node is either going to release something from the house it is transiting, or it's going to bring something back from the past, or both. Okay, so this is an 18-month transit, 26th of July this year, 2026, through till the 26th of March in 2028. North Node going through the 8th house can bring through new developments as it relates to your mutual resources. So this can be joint bank accounts, joint investments. It can be with your significant other or with your spouse. It doesn't have to be. It can be with a business partner. It can be investing in someone else's business, as an example. So the North Node transiting your 8th house can bring through new dynamics as it relates to mutual resources. This can also be child support money, child custody arrangements, alimony money, spousal support, plus things like power of attorney, medical power of attorney, being an executor of a will, okay, like managing other people's estates. That is something that can come through over the course of the next 18 months, not to mention new insurance policies, drawing up a will, or perhaps you are going to go through an experience with an inheritance. But again, this is something new. It's like something you haven't been exposed to before. Mutual resources to the side, this can see you exploring something new as it relates to esoteric studies, occult studies and practices, an initiation of sorts, plus new levels or layers in terms of intimacy and sex. Okay, maybe exploring new aspects or different aspects of your sexuality. With the South Node transiting your 2nd house, Cancer, this can see you potentially having to make some very big investments. These could be ongoing, or maybe not earning quite as much personal income as normal. But before you get turned off, I just want to say that there's still an increase in finances and wealth for you, but it involves other people's money. It involves mutual resources. It involves going into business with other people. Okay, maybe some of you are becoming a parent, or you are getting involved in a startup, and so there can be somewhat of a downwards turn, but it doesn't mean it's for the whole 18 months. For others of you, this can see you returning to a former stream of income. Okay, you used to earn money in a certain way. Maybe you're returning to that industry or that job, and you're bringing that back online. South Node transiting your second house can see you decluttering in the way of possessions, valuables, maybe selling items off. And for some of you, you may be returning back to a former diet. I just want to say that Jupiter is transiting your second house. Okay, so that is going to boost your finances and resources. It's like you're earning more, but maybe there are also bigger expenses and things that you have to budget for and plan for. So lastly, Cancer, on the 29th, we are going to see the full moon in Aquarius taking place, and this is in your 8th house. So we're going to be revisiting some of those topics that I just mentioned because that axis is activated once more. So the full moon's at 6 degrees in your 8th house. It's conjunct Pluto retrograde. Interestingly, it coincides with the annual Sun-Jupiter conjunction. This one is in Leo at 6 degrees in your 2nd house. So this can see you discovering information that you weren't previously privy to. Someone could be sharing secrets with you or confidential information. There may be an important development that relates to insurances, inheritances, taxes, and joint investments or income. This can see your partner, if you're in a relationship, maybe receiving like a bonus or a lump sum of money, or there can be like a notable shift in their income. On a different note, this can see you potentially overcoming like fears, overcoming addictions, having some sort of big release. And you know, that's because the 8th house rules over those things, as well as the occult and astrology. So you could be having like an astrology reading or an esoteric reading or spiritual healing session, which is very, very profound. Now we've got the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 2nd house, which is indicative of a big financial expense, looking to generate a new stream of income, procuring a new valuable, procuring a new possession, or perhaps you're wanting to pursue something that relates to dentistry, cosmetic enhancements, or looking to get involved with property, with the environment, with land, with nature, with agriculture, okay? Because the 2nd house rules over all of those sorts of things. So Cancer, that's all I have for you for your July horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am also on Instagram and Facebook if you want to see more content there. Thank you again, and now let's move on to Leo. Hi Leo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July horoscope. This is a really big month for you because you're going to have the South Node transiting your sign, and we haven't had this since 2009, right? So it's been like a good 17 years. But that's right at the end of this transit, of this horoscope, I should say. Let's start at the beginning. So as the month begins, you've just experienced Jupiter enter Leo. So there's going to be a poignant shift in terms of the astrological energy, and just having Jupiter transit your sign can bring through more growth, expansion, and an increase in energy. Okay, so in saying that, I have to tell you, in the first 3 days of the month, Jupiter in Leo in your 1st house is going to square Chiron in Taurus in your 10th house. Okay, so this is sort of like the first, I guess, hurdle to overcome, because it's not going to feel comfortable. Jupiter in Leo in your 1st house is like, let's grow, let's expand, let's learn new things and go on adventures. And the square to Chiron in Taurus in your 10th house is like, whoa, I'm rubbing up against like something that triggers me. Okay, so you may feel like you're pushed to extremes or needing to face something head on that relates to your public reputation, your work, your legacy, how others view you, how you want to be known out in the world. And so you may feel like there's something very personal about yourself that you're having to put out there, or it could just be like a growth opportunity where you're like, hey, I haven't done this thing before, and I'm not going to admit this to anyone else, but low-key, I'm kind of nervous about it. This is like new territory for me. Now, things get exciting around the 4th or the 5th of July, depending where you live in the world, where we have the Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini in your 11th house at 3 degrees. This conjunction is also going to sextile Neptune in Aries in your 9th house and trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house. So the Mars-Uranus conjunction in your 11th house can indicate that there's basically a new exciting opportunity that you want to pursue, where it's like you've got a new long-term goal, dream, or project that just comes online. Maybe it's something that you hadn't thought of before. Or for others of you, it's like this dream was on the back burner. I was going to pursue this like a few years from now, but there's an opportunity in front of me and I want to take it. Okay, so there is an element of surprise, of unpredictability, and of needing to strike while the iron is hot. Okay, again, this is the 4th and the 5th of July. So the sextile to Neptune in Aries in your 9th house indicates that it could involve travel, education, legal matters, citizenship, visas, something to do with import and export, or like a foreign, faraway place, or people from a different cultural background, or maybe it's something to do with politics, your world beliefs, religious or spiritual beliefs, right? Now, with the trine to Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house, maybe this is like a service that you need to engage in, or someone is offering this opportunity, or it's like you doing this in partnership with another person, or there's like a one-to-one aspect or element to it. This also represents trade and business. So I'll just park that with you. Just know the 11th house is all about your long-term goals and dreams, communities, your wider network, socializing, innovations, inventions, AI, technology, and investors as well. Now, on the 7th, Neptune is going to station retrograde in Aries in your 9th house from 4 degrees back to 1 degrees. So this is for the next 4 months actually, till the 13th of December. So I'm not going to go too much into it, but this can be revisiting spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs, or actually like deprogramming, dissolving, and letting go of the old script, the old belief system that's no longer helpful or needed. Maybe it never was, right? On the 9th, Venus is going to enter the sign of Virgo. So Venus transiting your 2nd house can see you maybe spending more on luxury experiences, especially because it is, birthday season for Leos. So this can be like dinners out, massage, like beauty treatments, spending more in terms of like wardrobe, accessories. For others of you, it can be a time where you're earning more money, or you're potentially investing in assets, investments, okay? Essentially, Venus transiting the 2nd house is, at home here. Venus is at home in the 2nd house, so there can be opportunities for you to increase in terms of abundance, wealth, prosperity, but again, indulging the senses, I would say, and maybe enjoying cooking too. On the 14th, there will be a new moon in Cancer. So this new moon, which I'm going to put up on the screen here, will be at 21 degrees in your 12th house, conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So the new moon in your 12th house can indicate that there's potentially creative or spiritual pursuits that you are ready to pursue, for want of a better term. So maybe you're getting involved with meditation, with yoga, a new creative project. With the retrograde here, this indicates that it's something you're already aware of. It's something you maybe wanted to do before. Maybe some of you are going to be working with a therapist, a psychologist, or some kind of healer, or working on cultivating your own intuitive abilities. Or perhaps you're going to be learning the tarot or going deeper with your astrological studies. Okay, so I'm going to park that there for now, Leo. So between the 19th and the 23rd of July, we are going to experience a very rare astrological combination. Okay, so this aspect pattern is called the trapeze or the cradle. They both mean the same thing. They are categorized by one opposition. So in this instance, it's an opposition between Jupiter and Leo in your 4th house and Pluto and Aquarius in your 7th house. Now, there's also 2 trines and 2 sextiles. So between the 19th and the 23rd of July, we have all the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, at 4 degrees, plus Jupiter at 4 degrees as well. So this is activating your 1st and 7th houses, representing self and other. It also activates your 11th house, which is your wider network and your big goals and dreams like we discussed, and your 9th house, which is your belief systems, travel, education, and legal matters. Plus, we've got a beautiful sextile between Mars and Saturn too. Okay, so this rare astrological pattern is going to present some kind of important decision to be made that involves you and another person. Maybe someone is offering you an opportunity. Maybe it's to do with you and your significant other, a contract, a business, a trade, a service, maybe legal matters or foreign affairs. And there's some sort of unique problem-solving opportunities here. Okay, so maybe this is like a new chapter or a new path that you want to take that involves a bit of a leap of faith, maybe a foreign country, maybe it involves like government approval or contracts or legal or official paperwork in some way, shape or form. And for some of you, this can be like a new goal or project that you want to pursue. And obviously there's a bit of overlap in terms of what I've said previously. Just know that this can be interconnected. These don't always need to be separate things. Okay, so because it's 4 degrees, this does represent property matters, living situation, and family too. So for sure, if you're wanting to start a family or expand your existing family further, then that energy is available to you. If you're wanting to look for a new property, put in an offer on a property, or just, facilitate the relocation process, then that opportunity is there for you also. So your season will start on the 22nd of July or the 23rd if you're in Australia. So happy Leo season to you. Let me know in the comments below if you're a Leo sun when your birthday is, so that I and everyone else in the comments can wish you a happy birthday. You will definitely be feeling this one, more so because you'll have Jupiter in Leo, okay? And Jupiter hasn't been in Leo around your birthday since 11 years ago, all right? So on the 23rd or 24th, depending where you live in the world, we will see Mercury stationing direct in Cancer in your 12th house at 16 degrees. So it's not making a major aspect to you, but this can see you experiencing a psychological breakthrough, whether that's in therapy or your own personal reflections, or perhaps this is you getting clarity on a creative project that you're working on, or just gleaning more spiritual or intuitive insights and downloads. On the 26th or 27th, depending where you live in the world, we are going to see Saturn stationing retrograde. Excuse me for just a moment. My throat is already starting to go. This is not good. So Saturn is going to station retrograde in Aries in your 9th house. So this is for the next 4 months, from 14 degrees back till 7 degrees. So fortunately, it's trining you. If you're a Leo between 7 and 14 degrees, then this can see you working really hard on or putting your energy and effort into higher education, mentorship, coaching, a travel experience, import, export, potentially publishing as well. Okay, working on getting something published, and also looking to be more disciplined in terms of your spiritual or potentially religious beliefs and practices. And of course, this can see you working with a mentor, okay? Maybe someone who's like a hard taskmaster, and they can be a strict teacher, but one that you learn a lot from. So getting to the good stuff, talking about the nodes. First of all, if you did not see my explanation of the North Node and the South Node in the intro, I encourage you to go back and watch it, because I will not be repeating myself too much. So the North Node is going to bring something new into your life, whereas the South Node is going to release something from your life, or it can return something from the past to your life. Now, this is an 18-month transit, which will last until the 26th of March, 2028. North Node transit in your 8th house can see you potentially getting into a new relationship. Okay, so someone special can enter into your life. Maybe this is you taking things to the next level. The North Node here can see things accelerating really quickly, where it's like, oh, we only met 3 weeks ago, but we're already moving in or introducing each other to our respective families. This can see those of you who are in an existing relationship already taking a big leap of faith with your partner. Maybe you're getting engaged, getting married, maybe you're going into business together. Or because the 7th house is representative of your significant other, then the North Node transiting your 7th house indicates that there's a lot of change coming into their life. Now, relationships aside, this can bring through business partnerships, new clients, new one-on-one relationships, new contracts that you are signing, maybe new services that you are offering or that you are engaging in. This can also bring through things like visas, sponsorship programs, or relationships with people from foreign countries, because the 7th house is one of the houses that is related to foreign affairs and foreign countries. So the South Node transiting your 1st house can see there being a real spiritual integration that goes on. I remember when the South Node transited Scorpio, and I asked all my Scorpio clients, I was like, are you feeling more intuitive? And they're like, oh my God, yes, so much so. So this is an interesting one, because Jupiter's transiting Leo for almost this whole time that the South Node is transiting Leo. So it's not having like a traditional, it's not a traditional transit in terms of how to interpret it. There's going to be a lot of growth and expansion from Jupiter. But the South Node going through your 1st house is like, I need to let go of what is no longer in alignment. That can be, if you're a Leo sun, that can be letting go of the career trajectory that you're on, the employment or the employer that you work for. This can be walking away from an industry, or, you know, having to, or deciding to let go of an element of your career if you are a Leo sun. If you're a Leo moon, then the South Node going through your sign can see you maybe letting go of a place where you used to live. All right, so it can be like, you know, I'm selling this property, I'm moving away from here. But I repeat, the South Node can return things from the past. So it can be like, I am returning to a former career if I'm a Leo sun. I'm returning to a former relationship or somewhere I used to live, my old hometown, the place where my grandparents grew up. Okay, so there's a bit of nuance here. Just use your discernment. If you want to know specifically how this is going to play out for you, you can book a private one-on-one reading with me. So if you're a Leo rising, then, you know, there's no limit. Okay, so you can take what I said about Leo sun, Leo moon, and apply it to your situation. Ultimately, when the South Node goes through your 1st house, this can see you becoming more intuitive, yes, but also in some ways feeling like apathetic towards things, or like how you used to dress, what you used to love reading or doing. Like you can start to distance yourself from those things. Okay, so now let's look at the full moon in Aquarius. So let's just see I'm going to put it up on the screen. This is the 29th of July, right at the end of the month. The full moon is going to coincide with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo. Okay, so the full moon's at 6 degrees in your 7th house. The Sun-Jupiter conjunction's at 6 degrees in your 1st house. And the Leos who would be the most impacted would be those, of course, at 6 degrees, but even, 1 to 11 degrees. So full moon in the 7th house can see there being the end of a contract, a relationship, like fulfilling a promise, fulfilling an agreement. Okay, we don't need to do this anymore. It can be having a clarifying conversation with someone in your personal life. So it can be your significant other. It can be a business partner, a client, a co-worker, or a friend. And because we've got the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, which represents something new coming online, it could be that you are wanting to pursue a new path in life, wanting to pursue a new chapter, okay, so chartering a new course, and that could involve ending a contract or saying goodbye to a relationship or a very important, memorable conversation that you want to have or that you need to have with another person. Now, Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 1st house can absolutely be a time where you get pregnant. So if that's what you're wanting, then, you've got this reading and you've got 6 weeks notice. I'm filming this early. If you do not want to get pregnant, then you can take whatever precautions are necessary to avoid it. Okay, so there can be new developments in business, in career, in signing contracts, in relocating, in your relationship dynamics. Either way, it's a very impactful time. Okay, so the end of July is what we're looking at here. And next month, Leo, we are entering into eclipse season. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this horoscope, Leo. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. And now let's move on to Virgo. Hi Virgo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July horoscope. So as the month begins, Mercury will still be retrograde in Cancer in your 11th house. I went into detail for this one at the end of my June horoscopes, which you can go back and refer to. But in any case, this can be a time where you are really rethinking your big goals and dreams for the future. Plus, it's an opportunity to reconnect with friends from the past and utilize your wider network. So as the month begins, we're going to see Jupiter in Leo in your 12th house squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 9th house at 0 degrees. So first things first, Chiron is trining you as a Virgo. And those of you in those early degrees of Virgo are going to basically be receiving that supportive healing energy. But in any case, this can see there being certain triggers that are coming up. So Jupiter in the 12th house squaring Chiron in the 9th house can be triggers over your plans for your future, your vision for your future, your belief systems, whether these are religious, spiritual. Okay, so you can be getting into political discussions, religious discussions, and these can turn into heated conversations and debates. On a different note, there may be some legal matters that you are needing to attend to that can require a significant investment from you, okay? Because the 12th house does rule over really, really big investments. So Jupiter here can indicate paying a lot of money that is in connection to legal matters, or maybe travel, or perhaps education as well. All right, so the square to Chiron, I beg your pardon, does represent an opportunity to heal something in terms of like a a deeper or more philosophical conversation, but you will be tested when it comes to overcoming triggering conversations or interactions. Now, on the 4th or the 5th of July, depending where you live in the world, but basically that 2-day period, the 4th to the 5th, I should say, we're going to see Mars conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 10th house at 3 degrees, sextiling Neptune in Aries in your 8th house at 4 degrees, and trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 6th house, also at 4 degrees. So, because this Mars-Uranus conjunction is also making very harmonious aspects at the same time, it does take the edge off. In any case, Mars conjunct Uranus in the 10th house can indicate that there is something very unexpected that you are needing to contend with that relates to your career, your employment status, the legacy that you want to leave behind, and your reputation. Okay, if it's not related to career, then it can be in terms of status, status with respect to property ownership status, parental status, relationship status, and government status as well, like let's say citizenship and official documentation, birth certificates, and this kind of thing. So there may be a situation that arises around the 4th or 5th, give or take, where you need to strike while the iron is hot. Maybe there's something very unexpected that you need to deal with or address. But the sextile to Neptune and the trine to Pluto represents that you can have like a workaround when it comes to like the system that you're navigating, financial support from others, other people's resources or knowledge or know-how. And so there are definitely levers that you can pull in your situation. And for others of you, if you're wanting to apply for a job or a promotion, there may be something that comes up like out of nowhere and you have to submit your contract quickly, but the conjunction to Uranus could be that you're doing it in a non-standard, atypical way, where maybe you are getting into the fast lane, taking the fast track with an opportunity. So on the 7th, Neptune will station retrograde in Aries in your 8th house. So this is some 4 degrees back to 1 degree for the next 4 months till mid-December. It's not a big deal because it's not a major aspect, but there may be things that come up with respect to mutual resources, whether that is like financially supporting someone else or having to rely on someone else's generosity. And maybe this relates to property and real estate, given that the 4 degrees is the Cancer and property degree. On the 9th, Venus is going to enter Virgo. So that's good. Venus is going to transit your 1st house for the whole rest of July. So this can see you feeling more creative, more attractive. Maybe this will bring love, romance, and dating opportunities into your life. In any case, this can see you coming across as more charming, more magnetic, maybe even feeling more flirty as well. And again, there are opportunities to express that creativity. On the 14th, we will see the new moon in Cancer taking place. So this will be at 21 degrees in your 11th house. It is conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So because Mercury is your chart ruler, this new moon is going to impact you more than it otherwise would. The new moon in the 11th house can indicate that there is a new long-term goal that you have, a new project that you want to initiate. When I say new, the Mercury retrograde is like, okay, I have awareness of this thing. This is from the past. I wanted to pursue this before, but I didn't have the opportunity. Or it could be that you're making a pivot on this thing. So yes, there's definitely a new element to it, but the retrograde effect here is this is not completely new territory. All right. For others of you, this can be like forming a new community, a new group, being invited to one, or maybe you are at the helm of it. This can be you wanting to invent something or innovate something, but the Mercury retrograde can be like repurposing an old idea or concept. And for others of you, this may be a collaboration that's taking place with someone who's already known to you, or maybe it was spoken about previously and now you're finally moving the needle forward. Okay, so lastly, this can be a new passive form of income that you're generating, but with means that you'd previously explored or considered. Okay, Virgo, so moving along, changing screens now. From the 19th to the 23rd of July, we are going to experience a very rare astrological pattern or aspect. So this is what's called a trapeze, or otherwise a cradle. It's when we've got an opposition, which you can see between Pluto and Jupiter, and we've also got 2 trines and 2 sextiles. So all of the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, they're all at 4 degrees. In fact, they'll be holding 4 degrees from the 8th of July through till the 1st of September, which is very, very profound. But why I've niched this down to the 19th to the 23rd is because here we will have Jupiter at 4 degrees as well. Okay, so this represents that there is certainly some kind of tension between your 6th house and your 12th house, where we've got Jupiter and Pluto, or I should say Pluto and Jupiter respectively. But then we've got the influence of the 12th house and the 8th house. So basically, this represents opportunities in the way of work, career, overcoming addictions, overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors and bad habits, integrating better new habits, getting on top of health issues, okay, discovering healing modalities or health treatments that you want to pursue. And for others of you, this could involve loans, debts, pets, and if I didn't say it already, career and work for you, because the 6th house and the 10th house are 2 of your career houses in astrology. So there could be opportunities here for you that really rather push you outside of your comfort zone with the Jupiter-Pluto opposition. Maybe there's like large sums of money that you're needing to invest in this opportunity. But make no mistake, there's support available to you. There is other people's resources that you can tap into. We've also got a Mars-Saturn sextile as well. Okay, so Mars in your 1st house in Gemini, sextiling Saturn in Aries in your, did I say your 1st house? Sorry. Mars in Gemini in your 10th house, sextiling Saturn in Aries in your 8th house. Okay, so there's a lot of activity in your 10th house. Okay, so if you're wanting to transition in terms of career, throw your hat into the ring, apply for a promotion, pursue some sort of new career trajectory, that energy is definitely available to you, Virgo. So again, that's the 19th to the 23rd. Now, the Sun will enter Leo on the 22nd or 23rd of July, depending where you live in the world. If you're in Australia, that's the 23rd of July. So if you're a Virgo Sun specifically, when we've got the Sun transiting our 12th house, it can basically lower your vitality. All right. And I also want to say that for the first 3.5 weeks of July, the South Node will be transiting Virgo. Okay, so in terms of the degrees, I'm just going to really quickly look it up. I think it's from 2 degrees to 0 degrees. So just bear with me. Oh no, it's 0 degrees. Okay, so what that means is that we are getting to the pointy end of this South Node transit of Virgo. Okay, so if you're a Virgo around 0 or even 1 degrees like myself, you are going to have to be more mindful of your energy levels and your vitality levels, because the South Node, when it gets to that 0 degree point, can basically impact sleep. It can impact diet, health, and routine. So long story short, you'll just need to take better care of your nervous system, is what I want to say. All right, so fortunately, On the 26th of July, I'm skipping ahead. On the 23rd or 24th, Mercury will station direct in Cancer in your 11th house at 16 degrees. So another Mercury retrograde bites the dust. This one probably wasn't too difficult because it was sextiling you as a Virgo and myself as well. But long story short, this can see you having more clarity about your long-term goals and dreams for the future. This can see you settling discord or disputes with friends or people in your wider network. For some of you, maybe this is actually the completion of a project that you've been working on or a long-term goal that you've been working on. Now, we are going to see Saturn stationing retrograde in Aries, and this will be in your 8th house from 14 degrees through till 7 degrees for the next 4 months, through till the 10th of December. So it's not making a major aspect to you, but there may be some hurdles, delays, or obstacles that you need to overcome that relate to mutual resources, shared investments, shared bank accounts, things like inheritances, taxes, insurance policies. It may be that you're like putting those things into place. Okay, so maybe you're having to do your research when it comes to insurance policies, investments, wanting to save up money to procure or purchase something over those coming months. So this is the exciting point. We're going to see the nodes changing signs on the 26th of July. So it's been hard for Virgos since January 2025. That's when the South Node first entered Virgo. And so hooray, the South Node is going to leave Virgo. It will not re-enter Virgo for another 18, 19 years, thank God. And so this can see you experiencing an uptick in your health, in your vitality, having more energy, having more clarity. Okay, so situations that have felt kind of confusing and unending or uncertain, you can start to gain more clarity from this point onwards. So let's just get into it. The North Node represents new energy that's coming into your life, whereas the South Node represents something either being released from your life or returning to your life. Please go ahead and watch my introduction where I spoke about the North Node and the South Node and its energies more in depth. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat myself for every horoscope. In any case, the North Node transit in your 6th house indicates that for this 18-month period, from the 26th of July through till 26th of March in 2028, this is a time where there can be new jobs that come through, okay? A new job, a new way of working, new work circumstances, a new office. Maybe you're getting a loan, okay? So you could be taking on debt. You could be getting a new pet, more pets. This can see you taking on a new approach to health and fitness, diet, nutrition, and getting really into it. So wherever the North Node transits, this is when we're being drawn to experience, or the areas of life where there will be newness and change. And we can be really obsessive about these things. So the North Node going through the 6th house can be like, I'm so obsessed with the work that I'm doing, working really hard, working all the time, but not in like a bad way. I mean, you're Virgos, so Virgos like to work. Most of us do. This can be like new habits, new routines, integrating these into our lives, getting really into health, really into fitness. And the 6th house also rules over employees. So maybe you are looking at expanding your workforce or hiring an employee. Maybe this is like new territory for you. And then with the South Node transiting your 12th house, this can see you overcoming self-sabotaging behaviors because we're releasing things. So what we can release from the 12th house is potentially insecurities, fears, illnesses, self-sabotaging behavior, victim savior complex. This can see us purging or burning our karma, because the South Node is like the release of karma, and then the 12th house is also very karmic in nature. So this can see you, burning through that karma. But as I said, the South Node can also be like a return of something. So this can see you returning to your yoga practice, meditation practice, spiritual studies, therapy, psychology, returning to maybe an astrologer that you used to see, or a healer, like going deep into those studies. And so the South Node is actually very naturally aligned with the energy of the 12th house. So this can see you mastering gifts, okay? The South Node, or Ketu, can see us perfecting something. The South Node has this like perfectionistic quality because it rules over our natural gifts and talents from the past that we've mastered in previous lifetimes. And so that can bring these up for us to really perfect. So anything that you do in the way of creativity, healing, intuition, spirituality, yoga, meditation, you will be music, you'll be very aligned to that energy. Okay, so and if I didn't mention it already, absolutely you can overcome addictions. Okay, that's a huge one. So lastly, Virgo, on the 29th we are going to have the full moon in Aquarius in your 6th house, conjunct Pluto retrograde, 4 degrees. And it coincides with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo at 6 degrees. So that one's in your 12th house. So this is interesting. The Sun-Jupiter conjunction is bringing something new online into your life, whereas the full moon is about release, or in some instances, celebration. So the full moon in the 6th house could see you completing a work project. This could see you maybe paying off a debt, paying off a loan, or being approved for a loan. Okay, so being approved for that, maybe for a mortgage, given that Pluto's retrograde here, or it could be like a loan from a family member. The full moon in the 6th house could see you overcoming some kind of conflict or battle. And for others of you, it can be settling a matter that relates to pets and animals. The full moon in your 6th house could see you maybe looking to let go of an employee. For others of you, it can be overcoming a health challenge or health ailment, like getting the answers that you need. Or if you're not overcoming it, it's like, okay, I know what my problem is. And then the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in the 12th house is indicative of you pursuing what you need to do in order to heal from this thing. Okay, so the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 12th house could indicate that there is a new creative project that you want to pursue. Maybe it's writing, maybe it's dancing, maybe it's poetry, film, photography, something to do with acting. The conjunction in your 12th house could relate to wanting to work with a therapist, a healer, an astrologer. I do offer private one-to-one astrology readings and tarot readings. If you're interested, you can book via kastrology.com. In any case, this is a beautiful, beautiful time for any kind of esoteric study, healing practices, shadow work, release rituals. So I will park that with you. Again, that's the 29th of July, right at the end of the month. So Virgo, if you enjoyed this reading and you want to see more, please give this video a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you want to see regular astrological updates and content from me there. Enjoy your month ahead, Virgo. I'm now going to take an approximately 10-minute break for intermission, then I will be back with Libra. So see you soon. Hi Libra Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your July 2026 horoscope. So, as the month begins, we will have seen Jupiter freshly enter the sign of Leo. Okay, and in those first few days of July, so basically as we begin the month through till about the 3rd, we will have Jupiter in Leo in your 11th house, squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 8th house at 0 degrees. Okay, so in this instance, we can feel disenchanted or disappointed when it comes to our friendships or our wider network, or there may be some sort of disillusion or dissatisfaction with respect to our long-term goals and dreams and whether we have the resources or the support that we require. Okay, so those first few days of the month could be a little bit emotionally charged when it comes to those matters in your life, but then on the 4th or the 4th and the 5th of July, things start to really change pace. So we are going to see Mars conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 9th house at 3 degrees. So that means it's trining you. Then the next day, Mars will sextile Neptune in Aries in your 7th house and trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 5th house. So ultimately, the Mars-Uranus conjunction indicates that there is something coming up unexpectedly. So this can be a new opportunity. This can be, sorry, I just need to put my stopwatch on. So this can be a new opportunity that relates to travel, higher education, your belief systems, and it may have the energy of needing to strike while the iron is hot. The 9th house also represents your belief systems, your view of the world, and your vision for your future. So the Mars-Uranus conjunction can actually have the energy of like pulling the rug from beneath you, but there's an exciting element to it where it's like, okay, I thought I was heading in this direction, or I wanted to pursue this thing, but whoop, I'm doing a 180, or I'm moving in a direction that I hadn't expected. So this can be influenced by your dating life, because we've got the trine to Pluto in Aquarius. So maybe this is to do with love and romance. Maybe this is to do with your children or the idea of starting a family. Or maybe this is to do with creative projects, starting your own business, being involved with a startup or freelance work. And then with the influence of sextile Neptune in your 7th house, sextiling Mars and Uranus, maybe this involves agreements that you make with other people, okay, like your one-to-one interactions, contracts, arrangements, and so on and so forth. So just putting a few bullet points out there: travel, education, legal matters, partnerships, creativity, business, proposals, collaborations, agreements, and love and romance. Okay, moving along, on the 7th, we're going to see Neptune stationing retrograde in Aries at 4 degrees. So Neptune will be retrograde, going back to 1 degree, and this is over the course of the next 4 months through till the 13th of December. Okay, so hang on, July, August, September, October, November, 5 months, beg your pardon, 5 months and a bit. So the Libras who will be the most impacted will be those between 1 and 4 degrees, or maybe even 0 to 5 degrees. And so this can see you experiencing a bit of confusion or a situation where it's like, I don't know where the chips are going to fall. So this can be in your relationship with another person, contracts, agreements, and this can see you, as soon as I start talking about Neptune, it's like I'm under the Neptunian influence myself, right? So it's like, I don't know what to say to this person. I don't know when I can reunite with them. I don't know how long there will be this like question mark over my career or my client work or contracts, okay? Or how long I need to fulfill this promise for or obligation. So that's just something that you may have to contend with, more so if you're in those early degrees of Libra. On the 9th, Venus will enter Virgo. So Venus is your chart ruler. It's going to enter your 12th house, and it's going to remain there for the rest of the month. When Venus transits the 12th house, and it's our chart ruler, this can see you experiencing maybe lower levels of vitality and energy, but it is a great transit for anything to do with creative work, working by yourself, working behind the scenes, things to do with music, poetry, writing, acting, photography, filmography, meditation, yoga, healing, spirituality. Like any of these areas, you can experience progress or reprieve or healing in these departments. Sometimes Venus going through the 12th house can be like romance with someone in a foreign, faraway place, or keeping your romantic situation on the down low. Okay, so park that with you. Now, on the 14th of July, there will be a new moon in Cancer. So that will be taking place in your 10th house at 21 degrees, and it's conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So a new moon in the 10th house is indicative of a new chapter starting that relates to our career, our public reputation, or our status somehow. So it doesn't always have to be with career. It can be romantic status, government or employment status, property ownership status, even parental status. The conjunction to Mercury retrograde indicates that whatever's coming through is something that you have awareness of. It's something you've already been in talks about or been thinking about or trying to manifest into your life, and now it's like that new chapter is here. This could see you having to pivot, renegotiate, or just reframe something in terms of your legacy that you want to create, your career, your public reputation. It's like repositioning something, and certainly this could be a new work opportunity coming through, or promotion, or a way that you are maybe presenting your work history. Okay, like a bit of a reframe, as I already mentioned. So I'm going to change screens. Between the 19th and the 23rd, we are going to experience quite a rare astrological configuration. So it's up on the screen here now. And that is what's known as the trapeze, or otherwise the cradle. So it's categorized by an opposition, 2 trines, and 2 sextiles. So this is exact, right? We've got Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, all of our slower moving planets, our generational planets, at 4 degrees. Plus, we've got Jupiter at 4 degrees as well. Now, don't get me wrong, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto will be at 4 degrees for almost the whole month, from the 8th of July through till the 1st of September. So that to me indicates there being real potential here to shift things when it comes to family dynamics, relationships, starting a family, or your property and your living situation. So when we throw Jupiter into the mix, that's when we get this cradle trapeze formation. So this is activating, or the opposition between Pluto and Jupiter are activating your 5th and your 11th house. But then we've also got influences from the 7th and the 9th. And we have a Mars Saturn sextile happening too, which is just beautiful. Okay, so long story short, here we see there being potential to work on starting a business, creative projects, expansion, moving towards what brings you joy, love, what you're passionate about, your long-term goals, your dreams for the future, your wider network, big projects that you want to work on. Maybe this is to do with a new relationship, starting a family, your relationship with your significant other or your children, if you already have them in the picture. But for others of you, this is really to do with your natural gifts, your hobbies, your talents, and having the opportunity to demonstrate them and to pursue them. And you'll have access to guidance and mentorship, maybe opportunities to travel, to secure tickets, visas, apply for sponsorships, or receive guidance, mentoring, and coaching from other people. And so really there's there's a lot of scope and potential here for creative pursuits, collaboration, pursuing owning your own business or expanding that further. And again, if there's someone in the picture romantically speaking, whether that's early days or it's a long-standing relationship, then this could be the two of you putting your heads together to plan for, not even just plan, but to actually take actionable steps towards whatever sort of future you're wanting to create together. Okay, so Libra, on the 22nd or 23rd, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see the sun entering the sign of Leo. So Leo season is going to begin. Then on the 23rd or 24th, if you live in Australia, we've got Mercury stationing direct in Cancer in your 10th house at 16 degrees. So if there's been confusion over your career, wanting to take steps in your career to advance it, to apply for promotions, to start a new chapter in this department, or if you're waiting for responses on applications, or speaking to someone who's sort of higher up the food chain, then you can get that clarity. You can make those decisions and you can hear back from important people. So we're looking at basically the 23rd, 24th of July onwards. I would even give it a buffer through till about the 9th of August, which is when Mercury will be out of Cancer altogether. Okay, so lastly, this can see you finally settling the score or resolving some kind of issue that arose as early as June, because Mercury first entered Cancer in June. Okay, so on the 26th or 27th of July, we're going to see Saturn stationing retrograde in Aries in your 7th house. So Saturn will be retrograde for about 5 months, or just under. So this is 14 degrees going back to 7 degrees, and it'll be direct once more on the 10th of December. So the Libras who will be the most impacted would be those between 7 and 14 degrees. So nevertheless, the retrograde here can see you maybe feeling like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back when it comes to your one-on-one relationships. That could be with a close friend, a business partner, client work that you're doing, services that you're offering, working with legal representatives, or this can be in terms of your romantic relationship, all right, with your significant other, with your spouse, or in some instances, this can be your second-born child. Okay, so having Saturn retrograde here in your 7th house can see you feeling like you're under the pump in terms of pressure from other people, work, people wanting you to make decisions or to move more quickly, or it could be that you are saying yes to quite a heavy workload that you can foresee is going to take you a lot of time or a lot of energy. And again, this is basically the end of July through till the 10th of December. But I repeat, this will be most impactful and felt if you're a Libra between 17 and 14 degrees. Okay, so on the 26th, this is when the magic happens. This is when we're going to see the nodes changing signs. So I already talked about the North Node and the South Node and what they represent in the intro. So if you want a well-rounded and complete interpretation, then please go back and watch it. I'll include timestamps after this video goes live. But in any case, in short, the North Node is going to bring something new into your life, whereas the South Node is going to dissolve and release something from your life, or it may be seeing there be a return of something to your life, because the South Node rules over the past, and so the South Node can bring something really old back from the past. So let's get into it. The North Node transiting your 5th house is one of the most high-level indicators for romantic developments taking place over the course of this 18-month period. So we're looking at the 26th of July 2026 through till 26th of March 2028. This can indicate that there are maybe new people entering your life. So you could re-enter the dating world. Maybe you're meeting someone special. This could be someone who's like not your usual type as well, because the North Node has like a very like progressive energy to it. And so the North Node is going to influence your taste here in the 5th house. And that's like style of relationship, romantic partner itself, what you do for fun, enjoyment, entertainment, creativity, So these things can change. This can see you maybe getting pregnant, or your significant others getting pregnant around this time. If you already have children, then this can see probably more so your firstborn child, although it doesn't have to be, going through some kind of like radical change where they're dressing differently, expressing themselves differently. Maybe they're more ambitious, maybe they're more experimental, but coming back to you guys as Libras, the North Node transiting your 5th house can see you maybe wanting to start a new business, explore new creative projects or your creative potential. If you already own your own business, then this can see you taking like a big risk in that department. Okay, so exciting times. With the South Node transiting your 11th house, this can see you over the course of the next 18 months experiencing like a distancing from people in your friendship network or circle. This is not so much close friends, okay? Close friends we would see in the 3rd house and then even in the 7th house as well. This is more like the group that you used to associate with. This can see you just not speaking to friends as frequently. Maybe there are just not as many like social events that are being organized. But with the South Node, I do want to repeat that this can bring the band back together because it does rule over the past. So if there's friends, like maybe school friends or whatever, or a group of people that you used to be close with and it was like way back when, then this can actually revive that. So the South Node transiting your 11th house can see you letting go of certain goals and dreams and aspirations that you once had and that you once held. But with the South Node transiting the 11th house, you know, the South Node has this energy of fizzling things out. It's not so much like a crash, bang, boom, detaching from things. It's more gradual and like you just almost don't even notice it. The South Node transiting your 11th house can also see you maybe experiencing decreased forms of passive income or letting go of certain passive forms of income. But I also want to say that because the 11th house rules over things like public recognition, awards, accolades, and even PhDs, then this can see you basically potentially receiving the praise and the accolades in like a delayed format or sense. So maybe you had finished something like years ago or a really long time ago, and it's like now that attention is circling back around. Or again, when it comes to projects, it could be stuff that you were like a pipe dream that you'd given up on, and now the South Node is like bringing that back to life. Let's not forget that you do have Jupiter transiting Leo in your 11th house as well. So it's not a cut and dry interpretation of this transit, because on one hand, Jupiter is expanding your 11th house. You are meeting more people, you're expanding that wider network, but by the same token, something has to give. And it's like, while I expand in this direction of goals and dreams and friends and community, I, by the same token, let go of others to make space for that, if that makes sense. So Libra, lastly for the month, we are going to see a full moon in Aquarius take place on the 29th. Okay, so interestingly, that is going to coincide. Hang on, there we go. That is going to coincide with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo at 6 degrees. So this is straddling your 5th house and 11th house axes, which we've just talked about in depth. So there's going to be some overlap here. But in any case, the full moon in the 5th house can see you finishing a creative work, a creative project, maybe launching your business out into the world. Maybe this is you selling your business or closing down part of it. On a different note, this can indicate that there's maybe closure coming through as it relates to your dating life. Okay, so relationships, love, romance, your relationship with your significant other, or important conversations could be had with your children or about the idea of having children. And then that Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 11th house is giving birth to new projects, new goals, new dreams, maybe new creations, new innovations, new inventions. Maybe this does involve ideas from the past that are circling back around. And this could be a bid to bring investors on board or to cultivate or generate a new stream of passive income. So Libra, that is all I have for you for your July horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am on Instagram and Facebook as well if you want to see more regular updates from me there. So thanks again. And without further ado, let's get into Scorpio. Hi Scorpio Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your July horoscope. So, Mercury is still retrograde in Cancer as the month begins, and this is in your 9th house, so there may be, loose ends that you are needing to tie up that relate to travel, matters relating to import, export, getting works published, education, and even import and export. In general, though, this is seeing you reconfigure and re-establish your belief system. So this can be about politics, religion. This can be to do with the world, how you believe the world works, and so on and so forth. So as the month begins, let me put my stopwatch on. I'm trying this new thing where I time myself so that I don't go overboard. Anyway, in the first few days of the month, we are going to see Jupiter in Leo in your 10th house, squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 7th house at 0 degrees. So this is putting pressure on you when it comes to your one-to-one dealings with other people. So think your one-on-one communications, whether that's with friends, loved ones, business partners, and ultimately the square to Jupiter in the 10th house is indicating that it's impacting your public self, your public status, maybe your reputation, where it's like the conversations that you have with other people are about how you're acting out in the world, or it's about what status you want to present. Maybe there's a bit of pressure here for you when it comes to career, people in your life trying to give you advice. Maybe it's unsolicited, maybe it is not. In any case though, Chiron always presents an opportunity to heal, to do better, to purge, to self-reflect. And I'll park it there, but I'll just say that those first few days, be mindful that you may be more easily triggered. Now, totally different energy once we get to the 4th and the 5th of July. So we're going to see Mars conjunct Uranus in Taurus in your 8th house at 3 degrees, and it will be sextiling Neptune in Aries in your 6th house and trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th house. So Mars conjunct Uranus in your 8th house can see there being a sudden circumstance or even opportunity that relates to your mutual resources. So this can be to do with joint investments, joint bank accounts, paying for other people or them paying for you, or offering support. So that could even be in terms of like property, real estate, borrowing other people's or having access to other people's tools or resources or what have you. So because there's a sextile to Neptune in your 6th house and a trine to Pluto in your 4th house, this can indicate receiving a loan, or maybe offering a loan to another person or applying for a loan. This can see you having access to stay at a person's property, or maybe this is an opportunity for you to actually purchase a property, invest in a property, or invest in a resource that relates to land and property, or maybe you're going in together with family. But on a less practical level, this can see there being opportunities for you to resolve issues very, very quickly that come up where it's just like, okay, maybe we had a clash and an argument and, you know, things got a little bit out of hand, but we can recover really quickly. And I am just getting that it's like opportunity that is born from crisis. Okay, so you do have to be more careful around the 4th and the 5th because Mars is your chart ruler and it's conjunct Uranus. But again, this sextile and trine look quite auspicious. Okay, so on the 7th of July, Neptune is going to station retrograde in Aries at in your 6th house, from 4 degrees back to 1 degree for the next 5 months. So until the 13th of December. It's not a big deal because it's not making a major aspect to you, but this could be an opportunity for you to revisit certain physical practices. So in terms of like exercise, I beg your pardon, diet, nutrition, or perhaps you want to revisit a healing program or treatment. And maybe this is you doing your own independent research, okay? So on the 9th, Venus is going to enter the sign of Virgo. So Venus will be transiting your 11th house for the rest of the month, the whole rest of July. Venus transiting the 11th house can indicate enjoying time spent with friends, spent expanding your wider network, it's getting late. Enjoying the time that you spend with communities, like your wider community. Venus transiting the 11th house can actually see you receiving a lump sum of money or, you know, dividends, rents, royalties, okay? Because the 11th house is passive income and Venus is money and resources, or perhaps this is you having access to other people's resources in terms of them investing in you. Okay, plus you can enjoy learning online, maybe dating online, finding love and romance with a friend of a friend or someone in your wider network, or like an introduction through another person. On the 14th, we're going to see a new moon in Cancer take place at 21 degrees in your 9th house, and it will be conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So a new moon is all about a new chapter taking place, a new beginning. And so with this one, it can be to do with travel, education, publishing, your belief systems, working with a coach, a mentor, someone who holds like a respectable or high position in their chosen field or industry. So this can see you wanting to study something further, pursue something, or maybe it is the initiation of some form of legal proceedings. And because Mercury is retrograde here, this indicates that you're aware of whatever this thing is. So whether that is wanting to learn a new language, get works published, enroll for an education course or program, it's like you were already calling this in, you were already interested in this opportunity, and now it's taking off. Okay, so changing charts on the screen now. From the 19th to the 23rd of July, we are going to see a rare astrological pattern play out. This is what's called the trapeze, or otherwise the cradle. So what we see here is an opposition, 2 trines, and a sextile. So for you, the primary activation is the opposition between Jupiter and Pluto. So we've got Jupiter in your 10th house and Pluto in your 4th house. So this puts a bit of pressure on you in terms of your property and living situation, your family circumstances, family relationships. So there may be something that comes up here as it relates to where you're living, where you're staying, the opportunity to buy, to sell, to relocate, to renovate, or it's like your connection to your ancestry, your lineage, your heritage, your family, maybe parents, maybe grandparents, or, you know, wanting to start a family is another potential here. So fortunately, with the involvement of Neptune and Uranus, I mean, look, we've got all these planets at 4 degrees. That's what's important here. So again, we're throwing up that element of property and family. But in any case, Neptune is in the 6th house, Uranus is in the 8th house for you. And so this seems to be pulling in this concept of resolving a conflict, or like overcoming a hardship, some kind of healing treatment, the right information coming through, settling a dispute. I think I might have mentioned loans already, or it's possibly relating to secrets, hidden information. With Uranus in the 8th house, it could be like more morbid topics. And also maybe this is like mutual resources, you know, having the help that you need come in at the right time. Okay, so this is an auspicious time. Whatever is coming up for you around property, family, your living situation, real estate, you know, things can reach a head and there are solutions possible. But you may just need to be creative in order to access those. All right, Scorpio. So then on the 22nd or 23rd, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see the sun entering Leo. So Leo season is going to begin. And on the 23rd/24th, Mercury will be direct in Cancer in your 9th house. So this can see you finalizing travel plans, things to do with teaching, education, your relationship with guides, mentors, or maybe, you know, your own position as a teacher, and also legal matters as well. So you can get clarity on things involving the law or solicitors or attorneys or what have you. Okay, so things can start to settle down in that respect. So then on the 26th or 27th, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to station retrograde in Aries in your 6th house. So this is from 14 degrees back through to 7 degrees. And it will be direct once more on the 10th of December. So this is not making a major aspect to you, but Saturn retrograde in the 6th house can indicate, I want to say one of two things, even though it can always be lots of things. One is you may be taking a step back from your work, okay? There may be a few months off that you're taking. So Saturn retrograde here is like, okay, I'm taking that step back. I'm not as available. But sometimes it's like we're doubling down. We're burning the candle at both ends. But there's definitely a call here for you to streamline your responsibilities, because it can kind of feel like you're getting to breaking point and you're needing to let go of certain responsibilities. By the way, I made this cup with my own 2 hands. That's a peacock. And it's so warm. My friend just gave me some lemon myrtle branches from her tree. So this is just so good right now. Anyway, show and tell time is over. On the 26th, we're going to see the nodes changing signs. So the North Node is going to enter Aquarius, which means it's transiting your 4th house, while the South Node will enter the sign of Leo, which means it's transiting your 10th house. So the North Node is going to bring something new to the house that it is transiting, while the South Node will either release something from that house, or it can actually see there being a return from something from the past. I gave a more complete and in-depth explanation of the nodes in my intro, so please do go back and watch those, because I'm not going to repeat it for every sign. So the North Node transiting your 4th house can indicate that over the course of the next 18 months, so let's say the 26th of July 2026 through till the 26th of March in 2028, this is where you can see there being a big change in your property and your living situation. So you may be buying, you may be selling, you may be moving somewhere you've never lived before, okay? Usually the North Node transit the 4th house is not like, oh, I'm moving to the neighboring suburb. It's like interstate, it's international, or it's a style of living that you've never experienced. So for example, if you've never lived in an apartment before, maybe you'll be trying apartment living. If you've never lived on a farm before, maybe it's that. If you've never lived with like a romantic partner before, then potentially it's that, right? So the North Node transiting your 4th house on a different level can indicate that you are living with someone you've never lived with before, or there's like new family dynamics coming through. And sometimes it can be disruptive where it's just like, oh, just found out I've got like a half brother or you know, a half sister, or you could end up with like step siblings. You could connect with someone who was adopted, as an example, right? Or anyway, getting lost in the weeds here. So the North Node transiting your fourth house could indicate that there are new developments that come through in the lives of your family members, even if it's not you directly speaking. And for others of you, it's just like, hey, becoming a parent for the first time or becoming a grandparent for the first time. So then we've got the South Node transiting your 10th house. So for this, you may be walking away from a career over the course of the next 18 months, where it's just like, I'm not as interested in this thing anymore. I'm not as passionate about it. You know, it doesn't bring me the same joy or the same satisfaction. So that could play out in that way. For others of you, it could be a return to a former industry type of employer. And this could be from the past, you know, this could be from years ago. So it's like you're pursuing that thing once more. In any case, the South Node going through the 10th house does indicate feeling disenchanted in some respect with some kind of work or responsibility that you have or that you're doing. For others of you, it can be the dissolving of a responsibility. So for example, maybe your children are moving out and now you're becoming an empty nester. So in a way, that chapter of being more hands-on as a parent is dissolving and it's coming to a close. For others of you, maybe you are having to forego citizenship in one country in order to attain it in another country. Okay, so there's definitely different ways that can play out. So lastly, for the month Scorpio, on the 29th, we have a full moon in Aquarius. So this is going to be at 6 degrees in your fourth house, and it is conjunct Pluto retrograde at 4 degrees. All right, so this one is actually going to be coinciding with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo in your 10th house at 6 degrees. So we've got something old, something leaving our life, something that's ready to be released or come to a close. And then by the same token, we've got the Sun-Jupiter conjunction and even the Mars-Venus square. So it's really all happening at the end of the month. Ultimately, the full moon in the fourth house can indicate that you're finding out the truth about a family situation, maybe settling a family squabble or dispute, maybe doing some research into your ancestry and your lineage. There could be some end of a chapter here as it relates to your property and living circumstances. So maybe you're getting ready to sell, to buy, to move out, or to kick someone out of your home. Shouldn't necessarily say kick someone out, but maybe someone is deciding to leave, especially if you're in like a shared home situation. And then the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 10th house is like, hey, I'm ready to start something new with my career, with my public reputation, with putting myself out there, with the legacy that I want to create and that I want to leave behind. So there could even be like a promotion that's on the table or a new opportunity that you are wanting to pursue. Okay, so I repeat, the very end of July is looking quite impactful, and it's a real change of pace and change of energy. So Scorpio, that's all I have for you for your July horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please give this video a thumbs up, and if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I am on Instagram and Facebook as well if you're wanting to see more regular updates from me there. Thank you, and now let's move on to Sagittarius. Hi Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July 2026 horoscope. So as the month begins, we've just experienced Jupiter entering the sign of Leo, which is amazing. So now Jupiter is in Leo, in your 9th house for the next 12 months. It's your chart ruler. So this is going to feel a lot better than it did when we had Jupiter in Cancer. In saying all of this, in those first few days of the month, we do have Jupiter in Leo in your 9th house, squaring Chiron in Taurus, which is in your 6th house. So this can see there being uncomfortable conversations and I dare say heated debates or even arguments that come up about your differing belief systems. So Jupiter in Leo is like, this is what I believe about insert X. World politics, the government, religion, spirituality, the world, and etc., the jam as a Sagittarius, right? And then the square to Chiron in your 6th house could indicate that this is throwing up problems in terms of the workplace, or it's like how you're getting your work done. Okay, so there may also be legal matters that you need to contend with. And on a more personal note, this can be more about your daily habits and routines and not liking the trajectory that you're on, because Chiron in the 6th house, which is very new for us as a transit, by the way, is indicative of, okay, it's time to adapt my habits, adapt my routines. I'm thinking about my health, becoming more conscious about certain things. And then the square to Jupiter in the 9th house is like, okay, if nothing changes, nothing changes. And I really need to make some big changes in order to head in the direction I want to go in. Okay, so on the 4th and the 5th of July, Mars is going to form a conjunction with Uranus in Gemini in your 7th house at 3 degrees. Now, ordinarily, I'd be like, yikes. But fortunately, this will be sextiling Neptune in Aries in your 5th house and trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd house. Okay, so the Mars-Uranus conjunction can still bring up rather tense conversations with another person. So it can be like explosive disagreements. But on a different note, it could just be that you are taking or making very decisive action, taking action and making choices where it just all aligns very, very quickly. So there could be an opportunity for you to change contracts, employment, negotiations. It could be an opportunity that comes up quite unpredictably or unexpectedly, and now it's requiring you to get a wriggle on in terms of filling out contracts, filling out paperwork. And on a different note, because of the aspects to your 5th house and your 3rd house, this could involve starting your own business, creative projects, fulfilling your creative potential. And again, 7th house and 3rd houses in astrology are both contract houses. Okay, so there could be an opportunity to go into business with another person, or for you and your significant other to take action really quickly that involves both of you being on board with an important decision. Now, on the 7th, we are going to see Neptune station retrograde in Aries. So this will be in your 5th house from 4 degrees back to 1 degree. All right, so this is over the course of the next 5 months. So it's not a huge deal, and Neptune is trining you, but in any case, this can see you healing your relationship with your children, if you have children, or in other instances, it can be reconnecting with your inner child, with your hobbies, your passions, and what brings you joy and happiness. Now, on the 9th, we're going to see Venus enter the sign of Virgo. So Venus is going to be transiting your 10th house for the next, 3 and a bit weeks. So for the whole rest of the month. So when Venus transits the 10th house, this is when we can be viewed upon more favorably by our boss, our employer, people who are in a higher position of power in the workplace, and also in terms of being in the public eye, your visibility. So you can be more charming, or people are seeing you as more charming, more diplomatic, more approachable, more attractive as well. So it is a good time to put yourself out there. Now, there will be a new moon in Cancer, and this is on the 14th of July. So this will be occurring in your 8th house, and it will be conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So new moons are all about a new chapter taking place, or a new beginning. So this can be like a joint bank account, a joint investment, applying for a loan, or going into getting a loan with another person, from another person. Maybe this is to do with property as well, given that Mercury rules, Cancer is a sign of property and real estate, is what I meant to say. And for others of you, this can be going deeper in terms of your astrological studies or esoteric studies, and maybe you're looking at really trying hard to overcome an addiction or a vice or an insecurity. The new moon in the 8th house conjunct Mercury retrograde could see you redoing your will, or making changes to things like power of attorney, power of medical attorney, end of life care directives, and so on and so forth. Or maybe this is taking out a new type of insurance policy, or changing the one that you want, that you're on, changing accountants, changing insurers. And on a different note, the 8th house relates to intimacy, vulnerability, and sex. So there could be a new chapter that is starting in that department. But just remember, the Mercury retrograde means that you're already aware of this thing, you were already wanting to pursue it, you were already wanting to manifest this thing into your life, or it's like a pivot or a reframe on something that's already in place. Okay, so now we're going to look at this exciting astrological aspect, which is very rare. Between the 19th and the 23rd of July, we're going to see a trapeze cradle aspect. So for that, we're looking at an opposition, 2 trines, and 2 sextiles. So fascinatingly, we've got Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all at 4 degrees. In fact, they will spend 3 weeks plus at 4 degrees. So that's from the 8th of July through till the 1st of September. Okay, so what makes this 19th to 23rd of July period special is that here we have Jupiter at 4 degrees as well. So Jupiter is opposite Pluto, which is what forms the trapeze aspect with, all these trines and sextiles. In any case, for you guys, this is activating your 7th house, your 5th house, your 9th house, and your 3rd house. Okay, so the 5th house and the 9th house are all about, they're quite positive houses, and they're trining you as well. So this is like your dharma, your joy, what brings you happiness, your purpose in life, your vision for the future. And then the 7th house and the 3rd house are social houses. So this involves other people, networking, friends, one-to-one relationships. And so, look, there may be a point of tension in terms of your 3rd house and the 9th house, which is where we find Pluto and Jupiter. But in any case, this can see you moving the needle forward with your goals for the future, project, working as a team, contracts, important correspondences, your relationship with your significant other or your spouse, and, coming to an agreement in terms of negotiations. Okay, so moving along, Sagittarius, hang on a moment. There we go. So Sagittarius, on the 22nd or 23rd of July, if you live in Australia, we're going to see the sun entering Leo, which is going to amplify that cradle trapeze energy, so it will be really strong on the 23rd. But in any case, having the Sun enter Leo means it's going to trine you and help to increase your vitality, energy levels, and confidence. Now, on the 23rd or 24th, we're going to see Mercury stationing direct in Cancer in your 8th house at 16 degrees. So this can see you coming to a conclusion or arriving at a decision that relates to your shared resources with another person. So this can be joint bank accounts, joint investments, business partnerships, or it can be like the money that you earn through or with other people. Okay, even if you don't have quote unquote a joint asset or bank account. And for others of you, this can indicate that there is like clarity in terms of what you want to do with your property and your living situation. Okay, so if contracts have been up in the air up until now, or maybe for the first 3 weeks of this month, then things can start to fall into place in the last week of July, and certainly after Mercury leaves Cancer, which is on the 9th of August. So on the 26th or 27th of July, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see Saturn stationing retrograde in Aries in your 5th house from 14 back to 7 degrees. And it will be direct once more on the 10th of December. So the Sagittarians will be the most impacted, would be those between 7 and 14 degrees. But in any case, Saturn is trining you, retrograde trining you. So this can see you working really hard on a business idea, a creative project. Maybe you are wanting to expand your family further, and you could have been experiencing delays or challenges in that department. So during this time, it may be about pursuing the course of action that resonates for you or that is most in alignment. If you have children, then Saturn retrograde here in the 5th house could indicate that for the next few months, you might feel like they're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Or perhaps you are just going through this process of, do you know what, I'm going to have a bit more of a hands-off approach and let them work certain things out for themselves. Now, on the 26th of July, we're going to see the nodes change signs. So the North Node is going to enter Aquarius, so it's going to transit your 3rd house, and the South Node is going to transit Leo in your 9th house. Please go ahead and watch my explanation in the intro for more information on what the North Node and the South Node represent. But in brief, the North Node is going to introduce something new into your life, and the South Node is going to release something from your life, or maybe return it to your life. So this transit will be lasting 18 months from the 26th of July through till the 26th of March in 2028. So during this 18-month window, North Node going through the 3rd house can bring through new friends, okay, a new group of friends. This is more like a small group or even one-on-one friends rather than like a whole new friendship group. This can bring through new business projects, proposals, opportunities, new communications projects, maybe social media channels that you want to start or expand in a direction. So for example, building an app, building a website, starting a podcast or a YouTube channel. North Node transiting the 3rd house can indicate that you are pursuing some kind of new qualification. So that could be like a license, an apprenticeship, a diploma of sorts, or you could be the one who is creating more course content. The North Node has like a very progressive energy to it, and it is very much associated with new technology and AI. So you could be getting right into AI or new forms of technology, or maybe you're the one who is cultivating it or developing it yourself. All right, so the South Node going through your 9th house can indicate the dissipation of a legal issue or conflict, legal battle. So it's like closing out that chapter. The South Node transiting your 9th house can see you maybe completing an education program. This is more like high level education, such as college or a university degree. In some instances, like I said, with the return, you can return to these things. So returning to go back and complete a degree that you'd push the pause button on. And, you know, with travel, the South Node going through your 9th house could indicate that you are maybe returning to a place that you used to live, or returning to a place that you have been to before. Maybe it's been on your bucket list for a very long time, and so now you're finally making it there. And also the South Node transiting your 9th house can see you dissolving old belief systems that are just not making sense to you anymore. And this can be in the form of religious beliefs, spiritual, political, just global in terms of how the world works. So you can go through like a massive deprogramming experience. Okay, and for others of you, if you grew up with a spiritual upbringing or religious upbringing and there was like a departure from that for many years, well, you may actually be returning to explore that further. Okay, and yeah, let's move on. So now we've got the full moon in Aquarius. So this is on the 29th of July in your 3rd house, and it's going to coincide with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo in your 9th house, and also Venus square Mars as well. So there's really quite a lot going on with this full moon. So the full moon in your 3rd house can indicate that you are maybe completing a project. Maybe this is a team project or a contract that is being fulfilled. It can indicate that there's potentially like an explosive conversation with co-workers or maybe disgruntled clients. On a different note, this can indicate that you're maybe completing a qualification, a diploma, an apprenticeship, like receiving a license for something, or it's like it's lapsing, like you don't have access to this thing anymore. Okay, so on the other side of that coin, we've got the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, and that is in your 9th house. So it's interesting because the full moon is like the end of a cycle, then the Sun-Jupiter conjunction is a new chapter beginning. So in the 9th house, this could indicate plans for travel, for higher learning, education, pursuing your spiritual beliefs or your religious beliefs, going on a pilgrimage of sorts, travel adventure, you know, the 9th house is like exciting adventures, or maybe this is the start of something new that relates to import and export, or publishing, or stepping into the role of teacher, or being in contact with someone who is a teacher to you, a guide, a guru, a mentor, or something of that nature. Okay, so exciting times. Just remember that the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, you know, even apart from the full moon, is going to be trining you. You know, this is very positive. So this is like renewed hope, renewed faith, and having more clarity about your vision for your future, your goals, and the direction that you want to head in. Okay, Sagittarius, that's all I have for you for your July horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please give the video a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on the channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook and available for private one-on-one readings. And now let's move on to Capricorn. Hi Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your July horoscope. So as the month begins, Mercury is still retrograde in the sign of Cancer. In fact, it goes retrograde on the 29th of June. So actually this is just the beginning. So Mercury retrograde in the 7th house is going to bring through people from the past, former conversations, clients, friends, and it's really a time to renegotiate terms and agreements. Now, in those first few days of the month, we're going to see Jupiter in Leo in your eighth house, squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 5th house. Chiron in Taurus is also a new transit. If you want to see the interpretation of that, then I suggest you look at my June horoscopes. But in any case, this can see us feeling like pushed to extremes, but quite triggered and sensitive about our passions, our hobbies, our gifts, our talents, okay? Because Chiron in the 5th house is basically highlighting those potential triggers or wounds for us, because the square to Jupiter in the 8th house is like, okay, I'm going to push on that button, I'm going to square it, and it can kind of be like a revelation when it comes to things that are insecurities for you. And this can also play out on the level of your relationship with children, dating, love, romance, and your significant other if you are in a relationship. But fortunately, there's huge scope and potential here to heal across those, I guess, shadow work topics. All right, so changing gears, on the 4th and the 5th of July, Mars is going to conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 6th house at 3 degrees. It's also going to sextile Neptune in Aries in your 4th house at 4 degrees and trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 2nd house at 4 degrees. Okay, so Mars conjunct Uranus in your 6th house can indicate that there's a spanner in the works when it comes to your daily habits and routines. So you may need to pivot in terms of what your plans were around the 4th and the 5th, and that can also go for your work commitments as well. So there may be like an unexpected crisis at work, or just a change in the program where you're having to be adaptable. Don't get me wrong, this conjunction is sextiling Neptune and trining Pluto. So there's definitely some kind of positive benefit that is coming out of all of this. Best case scenario is you overcome a conflict, you have like an amazing eureka, aha moment where you're able to overcome a challenging situation. And this could also come through the help and the support of family members, or being able to resolve stuff with family, or from the comfort of your own home. Or maybe you're finding that you have the resources necessary to mitigate what could otherwise be a challenging circumstance. I will say, when it comes to pets, just to be mindful that they may be more rambunctious around this time, and more rebellious. Okay, so don't be surprised if they're acting out of sorts around the 4th and the 5th. On the 7th, we're going to see Neptune stationing retrograde in Aries in your 4th house. Okay, so this will be at, from 4 degrees back to 1 degree. And the retrograde period will be until the 13th of December. So the Capricorns who would be the most impacted would be those between 1 and 4 degrees, but even 0 to 5 degrees. So this can indicate that there's maybe uncertainty, or like an undefined timeline that relates to your property plans, your living situation, like who's living with you, when do you get to relocate or sign contracts, or perhaps this is a period of healing or rebuilding your relationship with a family member. On the 9th, Venus will enter Virgo. So Venus is going to transit your ninth house for the whole rest of July, which is pretty great because Venus will be trining you from the ninth house. So maybe you'll be enjoying time traveling, learning about new things, learning something new, having conversations with interesting people, maybe people who are of a different cultural background to you. This could indicate finding love or romance with someone who is overseas or again of a different cultural background. Maybe you're enjoying learning new languages or just coming across information which improves your state of mind, where it's like your belief systems and your view of the world is being enhanced by Venus transiting your ninth house. Okay, so on the 14th, we will see the new moon in Cancer take place. So I'll just put that up on the screen now. That's at 21 degrees, conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. And of course, this will be in your 7th house. So every year you have at least one new moon in your 7th house, occasionally two. But this one in your 7th house indicates that on one hand, yes, there's a new chapter and a new beginning coming through. So that can be an agreement with another person, a contract, an arrangement, a chapter that involves you and your significant other and your relationship, maybe getting into a relationship. But the retrograde here, the Mercury retrograde, indicates that we're already aware of this. We wanted to call it in. We wanted to manifest it. We already know what this pertains to. So whatever's happening with this new moon, it won't necessarily be a full-blown new chapter because there's some kind of connective thread to the past that you will already be aware of. Okay, so maybe it's an opportunity to sign a new lease or to renegotiate employment contracts, but in any case, let's just park it there and move along. Okay, Capricorn, so that was on the 14th. Then we've got quite a rare astrological aspect unfolding between the 19th and the 23rd of July. We've got what's called a cradle happening, or also known as a trapeze. So we see this when we've got one opposition, two trines, and two sextiles. So we've got Pluto opposite Jupiter, and we've got 4 planets here at 4 degrees, which is quite profound. So we've got the generational planets. We've got Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all at 4 degrees. Then we also have Jupiter at 4 degrees as well. So in terms of how this is impacting you, it is going to be activating your 2nd house and your 8th house, which are money houses in astrology. So we've got Jupiter in your 8th house, Pluto in your 2nd house, and then we've got 4th and 6th house activations. So I think that there'll be some big financial decisions and maybe even commitments that come up or that you may want to make around this period of time. Don't get me wrong, it could be earlier, it could be later, but in terms of the cradle and the trapeze shape, that is just for the 19th through till the 23rd. So this indicates that you can have access to other people's resources, support, help, whether that's financial, whether that's something tangible, whether that is just advice. It remains to be seen. Maybe some of you will be looking at changing your property and living situation around this time, given that Neptune is activated here at 4 degrees in your 4th house. Okay, so that point of tension, I repeat, is all about your finances and your resources, especially those that you share with others. So again, you may have to make important decisions around that time. So on the 22nd/23rd, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see the sun entering the sign of Leo. So Leo season is going to begin. And then on the 23rd, 24th, if you're in Australia, Mercury will station direct in Cancer in your 7th house at 16 degrees. Okay, so with Mercury being direct, this indicates that you can finally reach a conclusion in terms of contract negotiations, renewals, your one-to-one relationships with other people, your relationship with your significant other, like burying the hatchet, getting on the same page, or maybe this is to do with really ironing out what it is that a client wants in the way of work from you, services from you, and so on and so forth. So important decisions can be reached around, well, let's just say in the last week of July. On the 26th or 27th, if you live in Australia, Saturn is going to station retrograde in Aries in your 4th house. So this is from 14 degrees back through to 17 degrees. So Saturn will be retrograde for the next several months through till the 10th of December. All right, so by the end of the month, we've got both Saturn and Neptune retrograde in Aries in your 4th house. In this instance, the Capricorns who will be the most impacted will be those between 14 and 17 degrees because you're getting the exact square. So this can be a time where you're needing to put extra effort into your family responsibilities, whether that is for your parents, for your children, for your grandparents. In some instances, this is about maintenance for the home, upkeep, renovations, a rebuild potentially. And maybe some of you are going to be living with people that you'd prefer not to, or you're having people come and stay with you where it's just like having to just contend with the situation, which isn't super ideal. But I just want to reiterate that we have Jupiter in Leo now. Okay, so that means that Saturn and Jupiter are, in harmony with one another. And so are Uranus and Pluto too. So this is a much easier energy to bear than before when we had Jupiter in Cancer sextiling Saturn. Okay, I digress. On the 26th, we're going to see the North Node entering Aquarius in your 2nd house and the South Node transiting your 8th house. Please go and watch my intro if you didn't already, where I spoke at length about what the North Node represents and what the South Node represents. Unless, of course, you are already aware, in which case just stay along for the ride. So the North Node transiting your 2nd house is going to bring something new to this area of your life, which represents your personal income and resources, plus other things as well. This transit will last 18 months, from the 26th of July through till the 26th of March in 2028. So during this 18-month period, you can anticipate generating a new stream of income, making new investments, procuring new valuables, new resources, taking on a new diet, getting involved in property, land, farming, agriculture. It's not going to be all of these things, by the way, but just, take your pick and see what's already starting to resonate. So you can find creative ways to make money. You can be investing in new technology. You can be looking at growing your own food. There can be a real interest in getting into the property and real estate market because the 2nd house is a property house in astrology, the other one being the 4th house. But the North Node influence is going to be something new. It's like uncharted territory. I haven't explored this thing before. This is new terrain for me. Okay, the South Node transiting your 8th house is going to either release something from your life, or there's going to be a return to it, or both, because the South Node, or Ketu, rules over the past, whether that's yesterday, last week, a year ago, 10 years ago, and past lifetimes. So the South Node going through your 8th house can indicate that you are separating your resources from another person. Okay, so this can be like closing out joint bank accounts, closing out joint investments. Maybe this is you actually rewriting your will and excommunicating people from your will, potentially. The South Node transiting your 8th house can see you overcoming addictions, overcoming insecurities, overcoming issues that relate to intimacy, sex, and vulnerability. And then the South Node here in the 8th house can see you maybe reviving or reinstating an intimate connection that you had with another person. So it can bring that back from the past. The 8th house is associated with anything occult and esoteric in nature. So the South Node going through the 8th house can see you using those means to heal from things that are holding you back. In some instances, it can be pursuing those areas of your life that have been untouched for a while. So maybe you have a tarot deck that's like 15 years old and you get back into that practice, or you're just coming back to astrology now. Or it can be any kind of healing modality. Okay, so it's like revisiting those things. And for some of you, it'll be that you had mastered that, or you were interested in that in a past life, and now it's coming into your sphere of awareness in this life to be discovered. Okay, so Capricorn, finally, for the month, we've got the full moon in Aquarius. So this will be on the 29th of July in your second house at 6 degrees, conjunct Pluto retrograde at 4 degrees. It coincides with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo in your 8th house. Plus we've got Venus square Mars as well, so a lot going on. So on one level, the full moon in the second house can indicate that you are maybe receiving a lump sum of money, maybe making a big investment. Okay, so you could be procuring a new valuable, a new possession, maybe a property purchase, given that Pluto's at 4 degrees. This can see you maybe going through a massive decluttering in your life, where it's just like, I'm getting rid of old possessions, valuables, things in storage, like doing a massive clear out. I do have to say that, you know, something may come up in the way of dentistry. So it might be helpful for you to book in a checkup with a dentist in advance. This can also see there being an upset stomach around this time, actually. So just be careful what you're eating around the 29th of July, plus or minus a few days, because it can sort of, there can be a disturbance here. So if you do have allergies or intolerances, just be extra mindful. So the Sun-Jupiter conjunction indicates that there is a new chapter that's starting, something new that's coming online, and this time it's in your 8th house. Okay, so this can see you opening up a joint bank account or an investment, like going into an investment with another person, making money through other people, having access to someone else's resources. Maybe this is a new sexual relationship that you are looking at exploring, or perhaps you are embarking on occult or esoteric studies. So again, this can be astrology, this can be tarot, this can be, you know, I mean, anything. Obviously the sky's the limit when it comes to esoteric studies and practices. So yeah, it's quite a unique full moon, because we have this element of release and then this element of newness coming through, and then the Venus-Mars square just indicates like tensions running high, being passionate about this new beginning. Both Venus and Mars are ruled by Mercury, so that is like bridging that gap. But in any case, I'll leave that there for now, Capricorn. Thank you so much for watching your reading, being here. If you enjoyed it, please give the video a thumbs up, and if you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you want to see more regular astrological updates there. Okay, without further ado, let's get into Aquarius. Hi Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July 2026 horoscope. This is a massive month for you guys because for the first time since 2009, you are going to experience the North Node entering your sign. Okay, this is a new 18-month transit that is beginning. This only comes around every 18 years or 19 years. So please stay till the end because that is when we will be discussing this transit. Alrighty, so starting off at the beginning of the month, we have Jupiter in Leo in your 7th house squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 4th house at 0 degrees. So basically we saw Chiron enter Taurus in June. Well, I'm filming this on the 14th of June, so it hasn't even happened yet, but these are very fresh transits, obviously, as you can tell by Jupiter being at 0 degrees Leo and Chiron being at 0 degrees Taurus. So this indicates that there is like a point of tension and frustration, and I dare say quite a big triggering as it relates to conversations with either your significant other, like a one-to-one relationship or connection that you have in your life. And this can be about like property, family matters, your dynamics at home or with flatmates, or this can be around like decisions that involve your family, where to move, where to relocate, like what's happening in that department. So long story short, there can be triggering conversations around family, property, your relationship with your significant other, or one-to-one connections. Moving along, on the 4th and the 5th of July, we're going to see the Mars-Uranus conjunction take place, and this only happens once every couple of years. Normally, I would not look upon it so favorably, but fortunately, we're actually seeing Mars sextile Neptune in Aries and Mars trine Pluto in Aquarius like 24 hours later. Okay, so the Mars-Uranus conjunction in your 5th house could indicate that there are creative projects and opportunities that come quite out of the blue or unexpectedly that you feel excited about pursuing. Let's not forget that this is trining you, Aquarius. So maybe you're wanting to start a new creative project, start your own business, expand your existing business further, or pursue some kind of hobby or passion. On a different note, the 5th house is love, romance, and dating. So there may be someone who just comes out of the woodwork or out of nowhere, and maybe there are like sparks flying and you just feel really excited about this connection. So this can see you, for some of you, getting unexpectedly pregnant. So just let that be known that energy is there. If you're wanting to avoid it, do what you need to. And, it would be remiss of me not to say that tensions can fly with this one. So this would be in your romantic relationship or your relationship with your children. So there may be like, an explosive outburst, but again, fortunately, there's a sextile to Neptune in Aries in your 3rd house and the trine to Pluto in your 1st house. So there's scope to have productive conversations and communications and overcome things. And, if something needs to be rebuilt or healed or forgiven, I think you'll be able to move on really quickly. On the 7th, Neptune will station retrograde in Aries in your 3rd house. So this is 4 degrees back through to 1 degree over the course of the next 5 months through till the 13th of December. It's not necessarily a big deal, but if you are an Aquarius between, I would say, even 0 and 5 degrees, then Neptune is sextiling you. So this could indicate that there's a positive opportunity that relates to friendship, networking, socializing, pursuing creative projects as well that can arise over the course of the next 5 months. Okay, so on the 9th, Venus will enter the sign of Virgo, meaning Venus will be transiting your 8th house for the whole rest of the month. Okay, so with Venus in the 8th house, this can indicate that you are enjoying learning about esoteric studies or occult practices, getting more into astrology, tarot, or anything that comes under that umbrella term. This can see you exploring your relationship with your significant other or with another person in a more intimate, vulnerable way, or even a sexual connection that comes online during this period of time. Venus transiting the 8th house can indicate the ability to earn money through other people. Okay, so I'll just park that there and let's move along. On the 14th, we are going to see the new moon in Cancer take place in your 6th house, and it will be conjunct Mercury retrograde at 19 degrees. So it's interesting. Ordinarily, a new moon is like a new chapter, right? New beginning. But when Mercury retrograde is involved and it's very close to the new moon, we have an awareness of what this thing is already. We wanted to pursue it before. We wanted to call it in. We wanted to manifest it. Maybe it didn't get off the ground previously. So a new moon in the 6th house can indicate that there's maybe new work that you're doing, new job, new office. Perhaps you are bringing employees on board. Maybe this is actually someone from the past and they are coming back in a new capacity. For others of you, this can be that you are getting another pet, or maybe even changes to the dynamics that you have with your pet right now. So maybe your pet's gonna go stay with your parents or something of that nature. New moon in the 6th house can also indicate a new approach to health, nutrition, diet, exercise. And so there's a bit of a reframe that's going on here. Or maybe you're getting a loan for a home. Okay, and perhaps you've had to reapply for this, or it's not the first time you've gotten a loan, home loan. So lots of different ways that can play out, Aquarius. Moving along, from the 19th to the 23rd of July, we are going to witness and experience a very rare astrological aspect occurring. This is called the trapeze, or otherwise known as the cradle. I've got a chart up on the screen for you to have a look at here. So what's going on? We've got the generational planets all at 4 degrees. That's Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. We also have Jupiter at 4 degrees as well. So when it comes to Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, they are all going to be at 4 degrees for 3 weeks, from the 8th of July through till the 1st of, I've been saying September, and now I'm wondering if it's, anyway, hang on, let me come back to that. 1 second. It's through till the 1st of August, but I think I've been saying September in my other horoscopes for some reason. Also, is the screen frozen, or is it just me? Hopefully it's just me. Okay, so where was I? We've got the cradle, we've got the trapeze from the 19th of July through till the 23rd of July. So for you guys, this is activating your 1st and 7th house axes with Pluto and Jupiter respectively. And then we've got your 3rd house and your 5th house activated too. So there can be a point of tension when it comes to your one-to-one relationships with other people, agreements, contracts, arrangements, obligations, promises. So there may be something that is coming up in the way of a one-to-one relationship, an agreement, or a contract. And perhaps this pertains to family, maybe it pertains to your property and your living situation. So just be aware that if you are experiencing pressure or problems or conflict in this department, there's definitely a solution. There's a way to move forward. So help and support are available through your friends, your siblings, your extended relatives, co-workers, clients, maybe even neighbors and local network or local neighborhood. Obviously, it's not going to be all of those individuals, so just take what resonates and apply it to your situation. So this may involve projects that you want to pursue, creative business ideas, business ventures, your hobbies, your passions, or even your dating life, like your significant other, and so on and so forth. Just one moment. I just want to double check if my screen is frozen. Okay. So this is quite a rare aspect, as I said. And so for those of you who are between, I want to say 2 and 6 degrees Aquarians, there may be something very notable that occurs around this period of time that involves, again, important decisions to be made. Okay, and there could be like an official element to these in terms of contracts and making promises to other people. Okay, so on the 22nd or 23rd, depending where you live in the world, we are going to see the sun entering the sign of Leo. Okay, so this does bring up more energy in terms of your one-to-one house of relationships, so the 7th house. On the 23rd or the 24th, depending where you live in the world, we are going to see Mercury stationing direct in Cancer in your 6th house. So things can start to calm down in terms of work commitments, your daily habits, your routines. If you felt like your schedule was all over the place or the goalposts were shifting a lot with your work commitments and expectations, then things can sort of become more normal and less pressurized. So from the 26th to the 27th of, on the 26th or the 27th, depending where you live in the world, Saturn is going to station retrograde in Aries, and this will be in your 3rd house from 14 degrees to 7 degrees. So if you are an Aquarius between 7 and 14 degrees, then you're going to get the sextile hit here, which is great. And so Saturn will be retrograde until the 10th of December. No matter what Aquarius you are in terms of degrees, Saturn retrograde in the 3rd house indicates that over the next few months you're working hard on writing projects, communications projects, marketing campaigns, sales, trying to get a contract off the ground, trying to work on your business, working in small teams, looking at getting qualified in some area. So that can be like a diploma, an apprenticeship, or what have you. Or perhaps this is to do with your own course content creation. And so obviously there are a number of ways that can play out. So just take it as it resonates for you personally. Ultimately, this is a positive transit for skill development, like really mastering your skills in one department or another. Okay, so on the 26th, we're going to see the North Node entering Aries and the South Node entering Leo. So this is an 18-month transit, which will last until the 26th of March, 2028. Okay, 18 months of having the North Node in your 1st house. Now, I went through an explanation of the North Node and the South Node in my intro at the very beginning. This tea is probably cold. At the beginning of this horoscope, forecast, so you can go and check it out, and I will add timestamps after this goes live. But in any case, you only experience this transit once every 18, 19 years. So the last one was December 2007 through till August 2009. When the North Node transits our 1st house, oh my gosh, we become just excited by life again, passionate, enthusiastic, adventurous, very experimental. So this can bring newness to your path in life, your interests, your hobbies, your passions, how you dress, how you express yourself. This can see there being an increase in terms of your libido. And this is very much so for the Aquarius rising individuals, where it's like your whole path in life is completely reorienting, it feels like. And there can be this super ambitious energy that comes through where you're like, I want to do this, I want to do that. And there's like an impatience there, and also an unpredictability as well. When North Node transits your sun, this can see you basically changing industries, changing up your big goals and dreams for the future and career. For me, this is when I first got into astrology, and was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah. And this is, I think, when I went full time with my astrology, when the North Node transited my sun. Okay, so it can be a really exciting time for you if you're an Aquarius sun. If you're an Aquarius moon, then this can bring through maybe new family, okay, like starting a family, new changes to the dynamics of your family and how it works, new property, living situations, work premises, like anything in terms of your property portfolio and your like where you live, living dynamics. And if you've never, for example, lived on a farm before, lived in a community before, or in an apartment before, it's just like newness to your living situation if you're an Aquarius moon. Plus, if you're an Aquarius moon, well, this can bring through a new relationship, new romantic relationship. And I forgot to mention, for Aquarius risings as well, look, let me just say, big new life experiences, love, relationships, where you live, career, getting pregnant, getting married, it has North Node energy written all over it. Obviously, that is not going to be every single person's experience, but just take it as it resonates. Now, South Node transiting Leo in your 7th house can see there being a dissipation or fizzling out of certain one-on-one relationships. It doesn't mean it's your romantic relationship, your spouse or your significant other. It can be friendships, okay? It can be like, okay, I'm not as close with my best friend anymore or with this friend anymore. We don't call each other as often. We don't see each other as often. Maybe this is like a letting go of certain like services that you no longer offer, especially if you work for yourself or you're a consultant. There can be less clients coming through, and also this can be like the dissolving of a contract, an arrangement, or a promise where it's like, okay, I no longer have to pay this person or deal with this person anymore. So it can certainly be people leaving your life or contracts being dissolved and falling away. So lastly, Aquarius, we'll finish up with the full moon in Aquarius in your sign. So this is going to be occurring on the 29th of July at 6 degrees in your 1st house, and it coincides with the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo, also at 6 degrees in your 7th house, which is pretty profound. And we've got the Venus-Mars square as well. Seriously, there's so much happening, and you can see that we've still got Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus all hanging around at 4 degrees. So I digress. Full moon in the 1st house can indicate that you're getting clarity on your life path, your relationship, your career. It's like, I know where I'm going. I know what I want to do. I'm letting go of conflict. I'm letting go of nitpicking. Because it's 6 degrees, which is Virgo energy, right? So it's like I'm letting go of the ways in which I feel inadequate or criticized or not enough. And then it's just like, it feels like such a beautiful breakthrough moment for you, Aquarius, because with that conjunction to Pluto, it's like a transformation of sorts. And I really feel that you're shedding a skin here. Okay, so the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in the 7th house can be bringing through a new chapter with another person, a new contract, a new relationship. a new agreement, a new arrangement. If you're in a relationship, then it's like, okay, are we doing this? Are we together? Are we pursuing, our relationship? So it can be about getting on the same page, pulling in the same direction, and turning over a new leaf. But for sure, that Sun-Jupiter conjunction can indicate new career prospects and big goals and big dreams for the future. Okay, so that's all I have for you, Aquarius, for your horoscope. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please give this video a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, maybe you'd like to do so to receive notifications from me for when my videos are up. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well, if you're wanting to receive regular astrological updates. Thanks, Aquarius, and now let's get into Pisces. Hi Pisces, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your July 2026 horoscope. So, pretty much as soon as we begin the month, we are in this fresh, different energy. We've had Mars just change signs, Jupiter's just entered Leo, and Mercury's just stationed retrograde in the sign of Cancer. So, I'm filming this today on the 14th of June. If you haven't watched June already, I recommend you go back and do such things. So in those first few days of the month, we do have Jupiter in Leo in your 6th house squaring Chiron in Taurus in your 3rd house at 0 degrees. Okay, so a bit of a tougher energy to contend with right out of the gate as we begin the month. This can see you feeling challenged in terms of how much you're helping other people. All right, Jupiter in Leo in the 6th house is like, I'm showing up. Maybe I'm cleaning a lot or doing a lot of work for other people, like supporting others, and it can feel like it's just too much. And then the square to Chiron in Taurus in your 3rd house is like, okay, but now this needs to be voiced, because if it's not voiced in a calm way, then it can come out in a more explosive way, if I can put it that way. But of course, wherever Chiron is, this is where there's potential for healing, for just softening, and to really get to the root cause of what's troubling us. Okay, so on the 5th and the 4th and 5th actually of July, Mars in Gemini is going to conjunct Uranus. So this is in your 4th house at 3 degrees. So Usually I would look at this and be like, whoa, that is very intense energy. But luckily it is being offset by the sextile to Neptune in your second house and the trine to Pluto and Aquarius in your 12th house. Nevertheless, Mars conjunct Uranus in the 4th house can see there being arguments in the family home that break out, or there can be the potential for clumsiness and breakages. So just be careful, when it comes to handling your favorite crockery and glassware. And certainly, do be careful if you are using like power tools at home or machinery, if you've got land that you're tending to. So this can see there potentially being an opportunity to abruptly change your living situation. So perhaps you've got an opportunity to relocate, to spend time with someone, to maybe go to a beach house. So why am I saying this? We've got the sextile to Neptune in Aries in your second house and the trine to Pluto and Aquarius in your 12th house. So this is allowing you access to other people's resources, other people's generosity, possessions, valuables, and what have you. Okay, so there may be opportunities for you to find out more about your ancestry, about your lineage. Maybe someone is gifting you a valuable or possession that belonged to a family member, or maybe it's from their home and it's like a beloved piece. So in any case, on an emotional level, you may just feel a bit more unsettled in those first few days of the month. Okay, so on the 7th, Neptune is going to station retrograde in Aries in your second house. So this is 4 degrees going back through to 1 degree over the course of the next 5 months. Okay, so it'll be direct once more on the 13th of December. It's not a big deal in that it's not making a major aspect to you. Neptune is one of your chart rulers, yes, but I go by Jupiter, which is the traditional chart ruler. So there may be a dissolving of your belief systems around nutrition, around food, or it can just be that you are actually looking to declutter, to release certain possessions and valuables. Okay, so that could be coming up for you over the next few months. On the 9th of July, Venus is going to enter the sign of Virgo. So Venus is going to be transiting Virgo in your 7th house for the whole rest of the month. And so Venus here in the 7th house can indicate that you are connecting more with friends. Maybe there are more clients that you're seeing to. There can be more sales that you are making if you work in that industry. And Venus transiting your 7th house can indicate an improvement in your relationship with your significant other, your spouse, and even just your one-to-one relationships in general. There can be more harmony, more compassion, and more support with Venus going through your 7th house. On the 14th, there will be a new moon in Cancer in your 5th house, and it will be conjunct Mercury retrograde. So I'm going to put it up on the screen now. New moons indicate a new chapter or a new beginning that is taking place in our life, right? But when we've got Mercury retrograde influencing it, it's like we're already aware of this thing. It's not something new. It's something we wanted to call in, we wanted to manifest, or we've been considering, right? So a new moon in the 5th house conjunct Mercury retrograde can play out as wanting to start a new business, but you've had this idea for ages. Wanting to expand your existing business further in a new direction, but you've been considering this for a while. It can be that you are re-entering the dating world. Maybe this is utilizing an app that you've used before. This can even be like a new chapter, a new romantic chapter taking off. But it's like someone who you've either already been connected with romantically speaking, or like you knew their name, you've seen them, it's a friend of a friend, maybe you went to school with them, but nothing happened, right? So there's a few different ways that can play out. The 5th house is, of course, associated with children. So this can indicate that you're wanting to start a family, wanting to get pregnant. If you already have children, then this can be a new chapter that's starting in their lives, one that you've been expecting or you kind of saw it coming a mile off. Lastly, the 5th house is related to passions and hobbies, now creative gifts and talents. So the new moon here can indicate that finally you're pursuing a hobby of yours, a passion of yours. Maybe you're doing this in a new way. So for example, maybe you used to sketch with like pencils and now you're sketching with charcoal. Or this can be, just finally pursuing something that's been calling to you, even if you don't actually have any former experience with it. But it's just like it's been in the back of your mind, right? Okay, so then between the 19th and the 23rd, and I'm going to put it up on the screen for you, we're going to experience a rare astrological pattern called the cradle or the trapeze. So with this one, what we see here is in a cradle, in a trapeze, is an opposition, 2 trines, and 2 sextiles. So for you guys, you are seeing this point of tension in the opposition in your 12th house, in your 6th house, with Pluto in the 12th and Jupiter in the 6th. But we're also seeing activations to Neptune and Uranus, and we've also got a Saturn-Mars sextile too. So there's so much happening, right? So we've got these generational planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, all at 4 degrees, and then we've got Jupiter at 4 degrees too. So there can be some kind of health issue, ailment. It can even be like a mental health issue that has been causing you grief, and it's like you're getting the solution to that. You're finding the solution. You're pursuing the thing that is really going to help you on this path. For others of you, this can relate to loans, debts, and resources. So maybe previously feeling like you didn't have enough, or you weren't going to be able to, pursue something that you wanted or that you needed. But this harmonious energy between your Neptune in your 2nd house and Uranus in your 4th house is like seeing you experience generosity from other people or help from other people, or maybe it's just like you're able to get your needs met in an unexpected way, and maybe it involves like divine intervention, divine timing, and that kind of thing. For others of you, this can see you at first experiencing the flare-up of a conflict, like a conflictual situation, but having it quickly dissipate and finding the solutions, answers, and resources needed to overcome that. Okay, so moving along, Pisces, on the 22nd or 23rd, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see Leo season begin. And then on the 23rd, 24th, if you're in Australia, Mercury is going to station direct in Cancer in your 5th house at 16 degrees. So this can see you finally getting closure or feeling like you've come out of the pointy end of things as it relates to owning your own business, a creative project, or works that you've been trying to carry out. So perhaps you are finally concluding something that you've been working on for a long time. With Mercury directing Cancer, this can be resolving an issue that involves children in your life, or it can be burying the hatchet with your significant other. Okay, Mercury direct in your 5th house can just bring more calmness to anything related to children, dating, romance, and your business if you do own your own business. And moving along though, on the 26th or 27th, we're going to see Saturn station retrograde in Aries in your 2nd house. So Saturn will be retrograde from 14 degrees to 7 degrees, and this will basically be for the next 4+ months. Saturn will be direct once more on the 10th of December. So with Saturn going retrograde in your 2nd house, this can see you working really hard to establish a consistent form of income, or to generate a form of income. Okay, maybe this is you saving up for an important investment or expense, and on a different note, Saturn retrograde in your second house can see you wanting to implement and integrate a new diet. Okay, so they may be more structure around your eating habits, nutrition, nutrients, and that kind of thing. Okay, so we're getting towards the end of your reading. On the 26th of July, the nodes are going to change signs. So the North Node is going to enter Aquarius, and the South Node is going to enter Leo in your 12th house and your 6th house respectively. This is for the first time since December 2007. Okay, so the last time the North Node was in Aquarius and the South Node was in Leo was from December 2007 to August 2009. You may be interested to cast your mind back to that period of time to see what things were coming up in your life, because you may be revisiting those in some way, shape, or form. So this is an 18-month transit that's going to last till the 26th of March in 2028. I do encourage you to go back to my intro and watch my piece on what the North Node / Rahu represent and what the South Node / Ketu represent in astrology. But in summary, or in very brief terms, the North Node is going to bring something new to this house, and the South Node is going to dissolve something from this house, release it, or perhaps there'll be a return. Okay, so the North Node entering Aquarius is going to bring through an interest in spirituality. Okay, so it can be spirituality, creativity. I'm going to list a few other things: yoga, meditation, retreats, esoteric studies, occult practices, cultivating or honing your intuitive abilities. It can bring through an interest in creative writing, poetry, acting, music, filmography, photography. The 12th house rules over the hotel industry. It is also associated, it's also one of the houses that's associated with health, more so mental health issues plus addictions. Okay, so the energy of the North Node is that it's ambitious, it's impatient, and it's very experimental. All right, so creatively speaking, this can be a very fruitful time for you, experimenting with different modalities, different styles. You can create large bodies of work in relatively short periods of time. But the things to watch out for here are being tempted, being tempted outside of your relationship, being tempted to stray, being tempted in terms of like self-medicating, drugs, alcohol, and that kind of lifestyle. Okay, because the North Node Rahu has this like insatiable appetite for things. So it does pose the potential to become addicted to certain things. So you'll just want to be mindful of that. Okay, this can give you access to exclusive communities, gated communities, a more glamorous lifestyle, and luxurious exclusive opportunities, I think I've sort of said that in a roundabout way, and potentially spending time abroad, spending time in a foreign, faraway place. So with the South Node transiting your 6th house, this can see there being a lack of routine, a lack of daily habits and rhythms. So when the South Node transits our 6th house, that can just really go out the window in terms of like, let's say, a consistent bedtime, going to bed, waking up, consistency in when you eat, like working out, exercise. You know, your days may feel quite unstructured, and perhaps that is a result of you working for yourself or working from home, just as a few different examples. So that's something to be mindful of. The South Node transiting your 6th house can clear you of debts. It can dissolve conflicts and arguments. It can indicate that you are maybe not spending as much time working. Okay, so maybe you're going from full-time to part-time or to casual, or perhaps your work is freelance. You may have periods of time where you take a step back from work. Maybe that's because you're traveling or starting a family. The South Node transiting your 6th house can help you to overcome certain health issues and ailments. But it does need to be said that the South Node can be, or Ketu can indicate health troubles that are kind of like difficult to put your finger on, okay? But please remember that Jupiter is transiting your 6th house, so I think that this is going to counter that effect, because it can help you to heal. Basically, Jupiter going through the 6th house can be really healing, where we want to like get on top of our health and that kind of thing, but it just might be in a South Node roundabout way where there isn't that structure and consistency. I mean, I don't know why I'm banging on about it so much. It's not like consistency is the name of the game for Pisces. So anyway, Pisces, getting to the end of your reading now. On the 29th of July, we're going to see a full moon in Aquarius take place at 6 degrees in your 12th house, conjunct Pluto retrograde at 4 degrees. And at the same time, we've got the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Leo at 6 degrees in your 6th house, plus Venus square Mars. So much happening, you know, Pluto sextile Neptune. Anyway, I'm not going to go into all the nuts and bolts of it. Long story short, full moon in your 12th house can help you to release self-sabotaging behaviors, become more self-aware. It can help you to become aware of a certain narrative or script that may be running along the lines of victim-savior complex. It can see there being the release of certain addictions and vices, overcoming insecurities. I think I mentioned that already. Perhaps there's the successful completion of a creative project. Maybe that's poetry, creative writing, a performance, photography, just as a few different examples. There may be important insights that come through via your intuition, meditation, dreams, premonitions, or perhaps readings with other people like astrologers and tarot readers. Quick note on that, I do offer private one-to-one astrology readings and tarot readings as well. If you want to book, you can do so via castrology.com. So having the full moon in the 12th house can basically just lead to a lot of introspection and, I dare say, some shadow work. So on the other side of that coin, we've got Sun-Jupiter in Leo conjunct at 6 degrees in your 6th house. So this can be a new chapter that's starting in terms of your work, your spiritual practices, exercise, nutrition, health, new ways of showing up and being of service to other people, maybe welcoming a new pet into your life. And if you're applying for loans, then this is a sign that you could be approved for a loan of sorts. So there's many different ways that can play out. I guess another one would be you may want to pursue healing, health, the medical industry, something that is going to allow you to help others. And I know that that's a core value for many Pisceans. So Pisces, that's all I have for you for your July 2026 horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content from me, please hit the subscribe button. Please remember I am on Instagram and Facebook as well if you're wanting regular astrological updates and even fun tarot picker cards too. Enjoy your month ahead. Thanks for those of you who were here in the live chat, and I'll see you guys next time.